But, just like I told the guy on ABC, danger is my business.
All right. Welcome, brothers, to another exciting episode. Oh, yeah. Macho Man Roger Savage. Are we all ready to go? Podcast is in session. You are correct. Live from Las Vegas, Lost Wages, Nevada, in the command center with Kylo Ren, Commander Kyle, and Odyssey. We're back. We're in. We're going to do this today. Everybody's. We're punching left. We're punching right. Yeah. We're taking care of everybody on this show. Oh, yeah. Even. Sorry, some friends might catch a stray or two. Just heads up right now. Let you know. But first, Kyle, pay close attention to this one.
I think I'm done. Adeptus Mexicanicus Marine, maybe.
This is what you're playing with me, okay?
All right, hell yeah.
I'm downloading this.
Adeptus Hispanicus Marine. I'm sorry. Is it? It's bro. It's fucking goated, right? Is it good?
Sell this as a skin.
Oh man, dude, this is hilarious. Hold on.
I'll buy it.
Let me step Dude, this is so good. Fucking Adeptus Mexicanicus Marine, bro. Oh man, I should stay in the light. I love it. Okay. This is great. We'll keep this one permanently, bro. We're just gonna keep this one.
Now will you play Station 2 with me?
All right, I'm going in.
Called male podcasts. They suck. They aren't masculine at all. It is quite the opposite. They're nothing but reality TV for weak men who
we didn't have this discussion when we had dinner, Lauren.
think yelling is wisdom. They sit there screaming into their microphones, arguing with Botox-filled low IQ hoe bags, acting.
Oh, I like that one. Low IQ hoe bags. Oh, Lordy. It's funny because I love Lauren. She knows I've met her. I had dinner with her, with my wife, with Monica Almaguer and her husband and Mike, who both of them. By the way, Umberto, her husband, he's like a huge super fan of mine too. I'm not sure she knows what me and Mike Sartain do, so I'm going to cut her some slack here because I think she doesn't know what we're all about. But
Like they are some male authority when they're just working a circus, okay? They invite the lowest quality women that they can find. And you know why? Because they simply cannot get high quality women there. They don't have the game that is required to do so.
Seem to remember getting a couple of high quality girls to my table the other day.
So don't be fooled. And then they pretend that they're educating men. Educating men on what? How to
Everything in my book, maybe?
argue with low IQ women, how to win debates with a plastic airhead that literally nobody respects. Do you think,
I love this.
honestly, do you think any of those women are wife material?
Some of them actually are wives. I could off the top of my head, I can probably think of about at least 6 that are already wives.
Be honest. Do you think that they wake up early to make breakfast for their man?
Well, my wife does. Does that count?
Do you think that any of them help him build his empire?
Well, okay. They have their own empires for the most part.
No, of course not. Then why are you watching that crap? Why would you think that any of that would help you at all? Ask yourself those questions.
Well,
Look at this mirror.
We do try. Mike and I try very hard to have a different kind of podcast.
The majority of these hosts, if not all of them, they do not have a high value woman by their side. None of them are married or on any long-term relationships with a
Yeah, I think you know one person.
7 out of 10, much less a 10 out of 10 woman. All they've got
I'm pretty sure my wife you would consider a 10 out of 10 woman.
is fake airhead bimbos who get close to them for clout, attention, and use their money.
Yeah, you're right. They do.
That is beta male behavior, my guys. How on earth are those beta hosts teaching game but have zero proof of high-value woman by their side?
Well, I don't know. I think you're like, here's the thing is like, and I love Lauren, don't get me wrong, but she, like I said, some people are going to catch strays today. Yeah, just maybe name names next time.
I'm sorry, but that's a scam. These hosts teach game, but have no real relationship. They teach independence, but depend on views to feel powerful. They teach alpha, but they're beta entertainers. That is not masculinity. That is insecurity.
No, that's straw manning, actually, is what that is.
With a microphone. And my guys, you sit there watching, absorbing, getting dumber and weaker by the minute. So no wonder why so many men are lost, because they've replaced real mentors with content creators.
That's right. I'm a real mentor. Now we're getting somewhere. Good. Okay.
Real masculine men teach. They don't argue with clowns for views.
Some of us do both.
Yeah.
That garbage. Turn it off, because you become what you consume, right?
Like, I don't know, violent video games.
Right? Watch clowns long enough and you're going to start thinking like one. Wake the fuck up.
There we go. All right, ladies. Just there's your special one for today. Okay. I know I should just watch my text here, because I know there'll be a text. What are you talking about? She probably has no idea like about Access Vegas. Oh, this is pretty good. Oh God, did you see this one? Look,
what is the gender pay gap?
When you guys want to make $20,
Not particularly.
all you have to do is scream.
Nope.
What about 40, 60, 80,
We're not gonna scream.
100?
Nope.
What about you, miss? You want to make $20? 40, 60,
ask Aaron Clary. He would have took the 20.
20,
Yeah,
yeah.
$20.
200. I got 200 right here.
No, it's okay.
All right, Walmart. I'm gonna get someone to scream. Lean bet pregame. And if you want to make a quick 20,
Yeah,
all you gotta do is scream.
as loud as I can.
Loud as you can, bro.
Pat, thank you, Jack.
Question.
And that is why that is why OnlyFans will always work, and guys sell themselves out.
You ever lied to your husband about where you have been after work?
That answer is yes.
True.
Do you consider having sexual relations with your husband a chore?
My answer is yes.
True.
Do you think you have been a good wife?
It's not a question.
Chad, you hit the button. And why did you hit the button?
She is a good wife, but there's times that, she hasn't been good. So I mean, it's kind of I like the question.
I hope that the replacement question is easier. Since you have been married, have you ever given your phone number to a man you were romantically interested in?
The answer is yes.
True.
Do you have any secrets that could destroy your marriage?
Yes.
True.
Have you ever had a sexual fantasy involving one of your husband's friends?
The answer is yes.
True.
Do you have any romantic feelings for a man other than your husband?
The answer is yes.
True.
Have you had sexual relations with any of your husband's friends and never told him about
The answer is yes.
Since you have been married, have you had sexual relations with a man other than your husband in your own bedroom?
The answer is yes.
Are you still in love with Chad?
Not the gap.
Yes, I really love him.
Not the gap.
True.
She's like, oh my god.
Having a bad day.
Do I care to ask?
Well, the place that Connor and I were supposed to move into, like, it fell through, and now we can't move in. Do you think that we could stay here for like a few weeks until we find somewhere else?
Get the fuck out.
We were supposed to move like tomorrow, and then this this landlord told us we can't have it anymore.
Is that a serious question?
We don't have anywhere else to go.
Why on earth do you think it would be a good idea for my ex-wife to live here with her new boyfriend that she cheated on me with and met on Tinder? Why does he need to be here? I don't mind if you stay a little bit longer, but why does he have to be here?
I just told you his lease is up and he doesn't have anywhere else to go.
Part two of that question, why the fuck do I care?
I mean, I'm not saying that you care. I'm just asking if you can stay.
So you think that's a good idea that he's going to stay here?
I don't really see anything wrong with it.
Gotcha, really? And he would be comfortable staying here?
Yeah, I was with him today. We were trying to figure out like what we should do in this situation, and that's pretty much what I'm trying to come up with.
Well, I have another solution. Go somewhere else. I don't care. Why are you asking me this? Like, are you that brain dead that you're seriously asking me a stupid question like this?
I can't really believe this is actually a real thing. I hope this is. I hope, God, I pray that this is staged. It's probably not.
Men who are aggressive in their worship, that are ferocious in their prayers. Men who resemble Jesus, love their church, who are immovable, stable emotionally. I'm talking about
wait. Stable emotionally.
men who are not passive, but yet patient. Men who are humble, but not silent. Men who are kind, but they ain't soft.
Like this guy is like, it's like his walking contradiction.
Men who are secure and they're sober-minded at the same time.
Like this is what kills me. Now I gotta there's a reason I'm posting this. Actually, I'll come back to this.
Okay? Men who can display power, not prideful.
So basically, be a eunuch, be an asexual, like neutral, plain white bread.
That they're violent, but they're violent in love.
Violence and love. All right.
Violent in self-control. Like
I'm sorry, what?
beat my body and I turn it into a slave. And where effeminate men who are led by their feelings and not the voice of God and the scriptures of God exist, societies fail.
All right, there's a reason I'm bringing this guy up, and you'll understand later on when I riff on this other video. But notice the contradictions here. Put a bookmark in that, please. Thank you.
Hookers are 10 times better for young men than having a girlfriend. If you want to save money, you want to be successful, hookers are the way to go. Reason number one, hookers are cheap. They are the financially responsible decision. $500, you have a great night. 2 weeks later, you call her back. Also, you don't gotta order the same hooker every time. If I have pasta every single night, I'm gonna get tired of it. But one night I want steak, one night I want pasta, one night I want sushi, one night I want Rebecca, one night I want Stacy. So for $1,000 or $2,000 a month, you get to crack a couple times and focus on your job, focus on your work. A girlfriend holds you back from all those things. Valentine's Day is coming up. She wants a present, $500 to $1,000. She wants to go to dinner, $250. Cuddle up the next morning, sleep in, go get Starbucks. My whole day's fucking cooked if I have a girlfriend. But a hooker, she knows I'm on my shit. She knows I'm on my grind. I want to be successful. She's gone at 3 a.m., gives me a kiss on the forehead, says, "Have a great day, sweetie. Call me back in 2 weeks." Your girlfriend wants you to text her every day. She wants text nonstop. Where are you? Who are you with? What are you doing? Your hooker doesn't give a fuck who you're with because she's with another guy getting clapped right now. You want to lock in. You want to lose weight, let's say. Your hooker is also your cheat day. On Friday, every other week, you know you've been on your diet, you've been on your plan, you're losing weight, you want to go get a nice dinner, bring your hooker, go home, clap. Your girlfriend's not going to be okay with you getting one dinner every 2 weeks because you're on plan trying to lose 5 pounds. I'm about to lose 130 pounds when I kick you the fuck out the whip. Just to add some transparency, I've never gotten a hooker, but you should.
Can you, my husband, say you love me, say you support my fight against injustice for women?
Okay, at the end of this video, you're going to understand completely why Mike and I never got the call back from Tom Yulu and his show.
And still vote for the man who thinks it's okay to grab a woman by the pussy.
So you came to me and said, hey, listen, this really bothers me. Why would you do this? And I said, if you think that I just brush off that he sexually assaulted women, I certainly do not. Voting for him was not me saying that I condone that behavior, that I think it's okay, that I don't recognize the trauma that that kind of thing causes many people. When I'm given two horrible choices, I have to have a North Star that I'm going towards. The most important thing that we can do right now is secure our economic future. I believe America is in the middle of a crisis. I believe that history speaks very clearly that in these moments, more often than not, the country will break bad. And when a country breaks bad, it's not a recession, it's not even a depression, it's often 100 years of being backwards. You look at what happened to China, they call themselves the Middle Kingdom, and then they go through what they call 100 years of humiliation. You look at a nation like Argentina, was once, I think, the fourth richest economy in the world. It fell to socialism and just went completely backwards. The same thing happened in China, the same thing happened in Russia.
Women and still vote for the man who thinks...
I'll catch you up really quick here because this is a long one, but I'll come back to it. But listen to the very detailed description that he gives as to why he votes the way he does.
Sucks that that's the package that it comes in, but the other package takes a much faster step towards catastrophe. So I read the situation through that lens.
Anytime you catch that, anytime your woman gives you that eye roll, you're done. Bye. See ya. Get the fuck out, bitch. You're done. We are out. Get out. Bye. See you later.
I don't expect everybody to agree, but my worldview is that everything, and I really do mean everything, is downstream of economics. You mess with economics, you mess with societal structure, everybody's at risk. For a whole lot worse, I think that is the right thing to be more afraid of than what Trump represents.
This was one of these things that was really hard for me to talk about. It's the first time we're talking in public about it. I've had a lot of freaking backlash. I was very secure in your response because we'd spoken about it so much and I know your value system. If you were like, well, what's the problem? That would have become a problem between me and you because your value system doesn't align with me.
Oh, man.
We say to give a woman vote is like to let a monkey fly a plane. Very dangerous.
Yes, very, very dangerous. Yeah. Yeah. Also, letting your wife take over your podcast, very dangerous. Oh, welcome all. Welcome. Today is going to be a pretty interesting day because I'm going to be competing with all the clamor from the war that just started overnight. I was up on was it Friday night? Yeah, Friday night. And that's when the bombs started falling. Oh, and I was like, holy shit. And I actually caught live the presidential speech as like why we're there, what we're doing. We gotta get they're really, really bad people. It's around. We just go. We've known this for a long time, But I tell you, man, I knew this was coming and I wanted to start the show with this. I put out this post, okay, and I don't even want to dignify it with by putting it up on the screen, but I put this post. If you follow me on Twitter, you know what I'm going to talk about right now. But I put this post up. I think it was Saturday morning or something like that, and I was like, brace yourselves, everyone will have a doctorate in geopolitics, this weekend, because whenever anything comes like this, it's like, I told you it was going to be this way. These are the end times. It's the Dominionists, and we knew it was coming, and it's the Jews, and it's this, and it's this, and it validates it affirms everybody's whatever your pet ideology happens to be. There's some way you can work it in or rejigger it so it works for you, right? And I know Myron does this. I don't think Myron has stopped podcasting since the bomb started falling. It's like, I don't think he slept. But I put that on there And I mean, literally verbatim, this is what I said. I said, brace yourself. Everybody you know is going to have a doctorate in geopolitics. I was just being sarcastic about it. And myself included, right? I mean, like, and anybody else, I wasn't saying. And the thing is all I did, like, just that to like sort of poke fun at just human nature and what was going to be coming down, you know, for certainly for the weekend. God, I can hardly wait for Monday morning, right? But everybody, I knew you were a Jew all along. I knew you were a liberal. I didn't like, this is not about like, I'm not endorsing anything. I'm not like I'm not even saying, oh, if I was really popping off, you know what I would have wrote? I would go, I hate being right all the time. Yeah. That's what I would have put on. If I was being really cocky, I would have done that. I would just say, get ready for the dinners with your uncle or whoever, your aunt or whoever who watches Fox News or I don't care. It could be a liberal too. I mean, we're already have the anti-Iran invasion, marches going on right now too. So it's on both sides. I'm making fun of, like I said, everybody's getting some today. You're going to catch strays today. I punch both ways. Oh, you like that? Yeah. I like my Invincible shirt. I figured I'd get one because I'm a big fan of Invincible, as you guys probably already know. I'll tell you, I'm not going to tell you what I think about Emperor Thrag, but I will tell you what I think about Battle Beast. Battle Beast is the baddest thing. He's the best fucking character in that whole thing. He's just there to scrap the entire damn time. Well, Battle Beast hasn't shown up until season 3, right? But if you read the comic, you know who Battle Beast is. Oh my God. That's my Dragon Ball Z, by the way. I'm just saying. I'm not never been into anime, never been into. I mean, unless somebody says you should probably check this out. You know who's into anime that you wouldn't figure? Ooh. Aaron Clary.
Aaron's into anime.
Yeah, Aaron has suggested anime for me before. Yeah, and
I gotta talk to him about that.
Yeah, I mean, anime to me is Akira and Robotech, which are good shows, but like sometimes he'll like Evangelion, I think is one of the things.
Yeah,
he's
a great one.
Vampire Hunter or some shit like that.
Oh, Hellsing.
That's old.
Yeah,
Hellsing, old school for sure. But yeah, I mean, I've seen anime. I'm not like collecting it and like putting it up. I don't have Funko Pops of it.
If you were to like go through the anime, you'd find like infinite content, a bunch of fun.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there would be. Oh, what do we got here? Hold on. Oh, in case you're looking, look at the top of the chat there. What's that? You might want to look at what the challenge is. You might want to look what the challenge is today, people. Let's see. Hey, Rolo, my girl and I split. Okay, she got her nursing ticket, and I started going to the gym and annoying me with her emotions. I saw it coming a mile away. Yeah. What's the best play early on when you see these signs? I decided to let go and let God. Well, Shalom Aleichem for you. That's probably the only thing you could do. I think a lot of guys, and since here's the $50 version of this. I think most guys and the people who I talk to in my Reignite group, especially because we just had this conversation not too long ago. When your wife's about to leave you or your girl's about to leave you, the decision happened 6 months ago. Oh, yeah. You're just like leaving you as a formality. Okay. When you get to that point, especially if you see the signs, which you clearly are, so that at least you're aware. That's good. Most guys aren't aware, or they are aware. They just don't want to be aware, right? Oh, she would never do. Like she's just having a rough time right now. Things are tough at work or some bullshit like that. We will find ways to ignore our peripheral awareness. Now, what is peripheral awareness? Well, right now, I'm talking to you, right? So we have this is my cognitive space right here. From here to here, that's my cognitive space, right? But I know that Kyle's over there, and I know there's a light right there, and I know there's a train track way the fuck back there, right? Which will probably interrupt me not too long ago. But that's my peripheral awareness. And what happens is human beings can't focus on too many things at once. So we have to push our cognitive or our experience. We have to push things that aren't important to the side and focus on what is important, like you. So that's like your cognitive space. You're outside of that is your peripheral awareness, right? And so what happens is, like I'll just give you an example, a storytelling time. I'll have a guy who'll come to me and will say, "Rolo, I think my girl's cheating on me." Okay, why? Well, I don't know. She's acting weird or whatever. Should I go through her phone? should I snoop through her phone? I'm like, well, the problem isn't what you're asking me is not should I snoop for her phone because I'm suspicious of anything. What you're doing is something that she's been doing, like behavior wise, is inconsistent. Like she always behaves this way, but now she's acting a little bit strange.
Noticing the patterns.
Yes. And you'll notice the patterns in your peripheral awareness. You don't have to be focusing on shit.
Yeah.
It just happens subconsciously or in the limbic, hindbrain, lizard brain level. Because human beings, like I said, if we had to focus on everything in our awareness cognitively, we would go insane because we don't have the bandwidth for stuff like that. So what happens is when your subconscious or your peripheral awareness becomes aware of inconsistencies in behavior, that's when it tries to tell your instincts and tell your conscious mind, like, hey, check, shit's happening. This is a little weird. We need confirmation here. And especially when it comes to things like, there's two things, survival and reproduction. And this case, of course, is reproduction. That's why guys get suspicious. That's why because we have a greater investment in reproduction than women do. Okay. And I mean that not in the sense that women have a greater reproductive cost, but men have a greater reproductive investment because we want to be sure that the baby that comes out of that woman is ours. And so while women develop this sort of what we like to call feminine instinct, it's really what I call the hypergamous filter for women, like to figure out is the guy for real or not. Men are like, is she cheating on me? Like, am I getting cuckolded? Right. That's the sensitivity. Right. And so when she starts acting different, she starts talking different. There's some pretty definitive signs. Okay. So for instance, if you guys have always been, New England Patriot fans, and suddenly she takes an interest in the Las Vegas Raiders, odds are that's a definite inconsistency right there. Or for instance, if she's been into, I don't know, Jason Aldean or some country music and suddenly she takes an interest in Swedish death metal, she's probably with me. so there's like those kinds of radical I mean, that's easy, but like your subconscious will end up picking up on inconsistencies in behavior. And that's really the question that you're asking, right? So those are the early signs. I think a lot of guys also, this is gonna really kind of rub people the wrong way, but just bear with me for a moment. I said this when Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith were having that red table discussion. That was like years ago, right? Yeah. And the whole thing was like, remember that one? She was like, oh, I had an entanglement with August Alsina, right? And then and it turns out she's been banging the guy for a while. And I mean, he's a young guy. I mean, this is like she has nothing to worry about monetarily. Long-term security, she's got it. You don't have to worry. What's left? Alpha fucks, right? And August Alsina? Yeah, August Alsina was the hot guy in the foam cannon party for her. And I've never heard a guy rationalize away like the peripheral awareness and that instinct and everything else. That's the perfect example of what I'm talking about here is when Will Smith is like, well, we all make mistakes and It's that guy that was listening to his wife talk about, I still think she's a great wife, right? Have you ever fucked anybody else? Yes. True. And so we will go into a state of denial because denial it serves an ego protection mechanism function, right? So a lot of guys, when I talk about the medium is the message, right? When a woman says, or when a guy tells me, he says, I think she's sending me mixed messages, Rollo. No, she is telling you exactly what's going on. You just don't want to hear it. Because she's showing you with her behavior. If she's flaking for dates, if she's like, look at the behavior. Was she really into you? Here's a great one. Was she fucking you before and like crazy? And then suddenly after a week or something, she's like, I don't want to have sex with you until we're married.
What's the average time you guys hang out?
What do you mean? We've been having sex for all this time. Yeah, but you got to make an honest woman of me. You weren't honest before. Like for instance, I'm dead certain that what's her name, Sarah, what's her face with Elijah Schaefer, who by the way I did talk to, Sarah Stock, yeah. God, that was just an exercise in like red flags and warning signs going off in the peripheral awareness. But yeah, I mean, that's really what it is. The thing is I think a lot of guys don't listen to their instincts. They don't do a gut check. The very fact that you're calling me or asking me, hey, should I go look through her phone? That's, you should listen to your instinct. That's what you should do, right? And follow on that. Because I think a lot of guys were conditioned from a very early age to give women the benefit of the doubt. And that goes against what our peripheral awareness would necessarily tell us, right? So when we talk about mate guarding behaviors, those are subconscious, right? Like like putting your arm around. Like, you ever seen? Like, I saw this on what was it? What's his name? What the fuck is that? Who's the chef guy who's committed suicide?
Anthony Bourdain.
Anthony Bourdain. If you see pictures of Anthony Bourdain and Asia Argento, you can tell the guy's like this over her, and he's all hanging. I mean, you're fucking Anthony Bourdain, man. Like, what the fuck are you doing, right? But he instantly defaults to these really kind of like beta postures and like, just the body language and everything that goes into that. And of course she can tell that that's this is the subconscious, peripheral awareness that goes on with men and women, right? So the fact is like if she had been cheating, he would have found some way to rationalize it away, because you don't want to hear what's right in front of your nose, right? I think it was George Orwell said, to see what's right in front of our nose takes a constant effort, right? And that really the metaphor is like we push unimportant shit to the side until we can have time to go and deal with those things. And so when you see those signs, pay attention to those signs and verify those. Trust but verify, right? If you're feeling jealous, if you're feeling suspicious, there's a reason for that. Ask yourself, instead of going, I'm going to snoop through her phone, ask yourself, why do I feel suspicious right now? What's she doing different? What behaviors do I, because now you have to pay attention to what your peripheral is telling you. And then you can decide whether making a big deal out of nothing. But for instance, like when Will Smith was talking to Jada Pinkett Smith, like the guy was just nothing but cope the whole time. And he knew what was going on. And okay, so that being what it is, if she is cheating on another guy, here's the number one way, or like I think it's the harshest lesson you can learn, is that when a chick fucks another guy, when your woman, when your wife, when your girlfriend fucks another guy and she's into that guy becomes the new alpha. So having sex with you feels like cheating on the guy that she really wants to be with, because her behavior said that's what she wants to do. She really wants to fuck this guy. So if she stops having sex with you, or she's like, you're going to have to put a ring on it, right? But we've been having sex for a long time, right? That's changing that behavior, right? The other thing is that, so when she's been with that guy, that's why I saw in Jada, she's been with this dude. Like Will Smith seems like he's pretty cool. I want him to win. Yeah. I really do. I like fucking Will Smith. How do you not like Will Smith? Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, right? But he's milk toast. He's weesh, Sorry, that's what the kids say. He's beta. He's soft, right? August Alsina don't give a fuck about fuck, right? He's certainly not trying. He doesn't have to make as much money as Will or Jada, and they don't care, right? She just cares if he's a hot fuck, right? As soon as she has sex with him, now having sex with Will feels like cheating on August, right? Until August goes, well, you're kind of it was fun while it lasted, but you're a little old for me. I'm going to go fuck these hot bitches over here in this pool party, right? Yeah. So just understand that if that woman makes that transition from you to her new lover or her new whoever she's having the affair with, remember, women don't tend to like. I love how women always try to say like, oh, well, I am going to divorce him because he's having an emotional affair with his work wife or something like that at work. It's like that applies to guys. Like women, when they fuck another guy, they're fucking that other guy because he's hotter, funner, faster, more interesting, more exhilarating. He's the roller coaster that the husband or the soon to be boyfriend never was. And so she gets high off of the dopamine hit from that one guy. I mean, I've seen videos of story after story after story of like women who have been on like vacation, or they've been on like a business trip. They had one fling with some guy and they can't get the fucking guy out of their head. And like I said, it's she becomes an instant alpha widow, and the alpha is the guy she cheated with. And so when she comes back and she has to live and fuck and pretend like she's into her husband, it feels like cheating on the guy that she really wanted to be with. And what do? They uproot their family. They everything that they built together. Like, you know what? I'm going to take a chance. I used to eat, pray, love, right? I'm going to take a chance on this guy. It's Stella got her groove back.
No eyes wide shut.
The
whole
yeah.
like sub story with
exactly. So the other thing is like, if she goes from being like a fun fuck to being like, are you done yet? I don't really feel like it's like, if suddenly it starts slowing off and there's been a catalyst for it for some reason. That's the reason why you feel suspicious, is most likely because your instincts are telling you something. So all I'm going to say is here's my advice to you: listen to your instincts, right? Do a gut check, basically, is what I'm saying. Yeah, thank you. I like Invincible too. All right, I'll do these real quick. Thanks for answering my mail. Oh, cool. I was starting to think I was cluster B. You even added it to a Substack. Yes, I did actually. I thought I would answer your. It was too good not to make public. That's why. But I'm glad you got something out of it. I made it free. So the most recent one I have is not free, but the one before that is where I answered Ram Luxamana, whatever his name is. He sent me an email and asked me for some advice, and I'm like, you know what, this would make a good post. So that's what I did, because I'm cool like that. Because I'm part of the Manosphere. I'm one of these red pill guys who only wants like hot bimbo, plastic, jet screaming hootie queens. That's all I'm about. Yep, that's me. Got me.
Gotcha, bitch.
The hypocrisy between women and men should not shock anymore. Yeah, it shouldn't. But it does. It's going to. Yeah, don't get used to a lull in the shock value, my friend. Alpha seed beta need isn't hypocrisy. You're right. Hypocrisy, women see dating and marriage need different traits. Alpha win in dating, betas in long-term partnerships. Yeah, well, yes, but I'll give you the but later. Mark that. Thanks, brother. I'm working on my own. Oh, you know what? Here, you can have one too. I'm working on my own YouTube channel and other projects, mobile app, and plumbing. Plumbing, by the way, is a lot of fucking money if you're a plumber. If you're like a certified, you know how long you have to spend in plumbing school these days? Like four years, man. Yep. It's like a college degree these days, because the plumbing's so fucking complicated. So I didn't have time to deal with her anyway. Haha. Thanks for all you do. You are welcome, my friend. And Rollo back again from the grave again. Yes, they can't kill. I haven't found a way to kill me yet. Boy, did they try this on Monday, though. Alpha seed beta need isn't hypocrisy. Yes, I got you. Seed dating and marriage need different traits. Alpha. Yeah, I think I got to you already. All righty then. Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, wait, hold on. Why are you wearing a bin bag on your head? Well, apparently you haven't seen our super chat goal yet, have you? Dumb fuck. Go look. Here, scroll up or here. Look on the side. Go scroll up to what our goal is today. And then shut the fuck up and pony up the money. Pony it up. Just you put your money where your mouth is. Thank you. Especially if you're a plumber. You should be making a lot of money. A lot of money anyways. Yes. Was the Rational Mail ever sold in bookstores? No. Are you kidding? It's not any library either. Unless you go and you look at those little libraries around your neighborhood. You might find one there. Do you need one for free? Is that what you're asking for? I had somebody ask me that too. Like, they're like, hey, Rollo, can you like send me a free copy of Reignite? Because they wanted the new book. And I was like, you don't have what, $20? Well, I live. I'm a student. Whatever. I said, just give me your shipping address, and I sent him a free book. Here you go. You win. I'll believe you. I'm stupid like that. Well, I mean, it's good. I mean, it's just good karma too, right? But still, like, I want people to be able to benefit from it. What time is it? Okay. So speaking of announcements, where to start? I did 3 podcasts this week, 4 podcasts. On Tuesday, I did one with Mike Sartain and my partner, my heterosexual business partner, Joe Marron. on Tuesdays. I'm going to start doing a regular Reignite show. In fact, I might even do, there's a Reignite YouTube channel. Go look for it. I'll put the, Sam, can you go put the URL in the chat? That would help me out. But the Reignite YouTube channel, we're going to start sort of building that up a little bit. And we're just going to, so here's the thing about the Reignite channel. I'm going to do something a little bit different than I do on this show and way different than what I do on Access Vegas. That's going to be dedicated to just problem solving for guys. Okay. I've decided that, I mean, I have topics obviously, but it's going to be nuts and bolts, kind of like what I just did for this guy, this dude. Captain Delta guy that I just talked to you about how he split up with his nursing ticket, whatever. That's the kind of stuff that I want to get into and Reignite. So if like people are like, hey man, how can you help me with my divorce? Can you help me with my fitness? Can you help me with my money? Can you help me with like whatever those money, muscles, and game, that kind of stuff is usually one of the three people have a problem with at some point along the way. But more specifically, if you want me to sort of analyze what you, and by the way, I'm an analyst. I'm not giving you advice. I'm just telling you what I see happen. I'm from a God's eye view, third party perspective. That's basically what I do. And oh yes, thank you for that. There you go. Reignite. And so Joe's my my guy. I had Mike on because Mike's helps me out occasionally, and I help him out as well. When he does MOA immersions. And I wanted to point something else out here really quickly is that people keep asking me, what's the difference between Reignite? Is Reignite just the old guy's version of MOA? No, it's not. We definitely cater to, and not like if you're 25, you can join Reignite too, but our demo is probably 35 to 65, I think. Mike's guys tend to be younger. Not to say that some of them aren't in their 40s, they are, but one of the Reignite was sort of born out of Joe and I going to immersions. That's where I met him, actually, was through MOA. And he's older. He's my age, or I think he's 1 year older than I am. And then we met Jim Kilgore, who's actually our age as well. And we just noticed that there's guys there who were a little bit on the older side, and they were coming back out of like a really nasty divorce. And Mike is more about get back on the horse and ride, right? He's like, get out there and do go out and do 50 approaches. That will, I have this inner game issue. Go out and do 50 approaches, and then you will solve your inner game issue. Like all you got to do is find some success in the real world, and you'll see how quickly a lot of that shit just dissolves, right? But there's a lot of guys who could benefit from what Mike kind of has to do, but like not go to Zook, right? Or go to Omnia, or go to Sapphire. Everybody can benefit from Sapphire. Even I can benefit from Sapphire. But yeah, I mean, going out to clubs and doing 50 approaches, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. Please do. It's like social circle game works. Okay. Absolutely. Pre-selection, social proof, all of that is the bedrock of good game on 100%. But there's specific needs for guys who are coming out of like being zeroed out, for lack of a better word. Okay. They keep telling me, don't use that word. Don't use zeroed out. It sounds negative. I'm like, no, it doesn't. I was like, you can be zeroed out. Like I've been zeroed out just because of my health. Right. It could be monetarily. It could be because you got divorced. It could be from a death in the family. It could be from the loss of a business. Like there's like men, we get zeroed out in so many fucking ways. Right. And we have to keep coming back from that, right? Men must become, women just are. Sometimes the act of becoming and the actions of becoming, you need some help. You need somebody to help you out. You need networks. You need somebody to sort of give you a hand up. And I'm not cut from the same fucking cloth of no one's coming to save you. And then 5 minutes later, somebody goes, but join my group and we'll all save you. No, that's profiteering and marketing. And quite honestly, I think it's disingenuous. That's what Reignite offers. We help guys out with the networks of guys. We help if your specific need is, I need to learn how to be a better conversationalist. I need to learn game. I might refer you just back to Mike, right? Or I might be able to help you with it as an older guy, right? If you need help with your preparing for or recovering from a really nasty divorce, guess what? 2 weeks ago, I had Jim Sexton was in on our Zoom call for Reignite. That's the kind of that's the caliber of guests that I can get to come in for an hour and talk to you guys, right? I had George Bruno on last week, and I'm gonna I had Cappy was on. I had Aaron Clary on. And if you've ever wanted to ask, like face to face, you want to ask Cappy, like, is he gay? You could ask him that right in the Zoom call right there. And there's two ways to go about that because I've just changed up my Patreon schedule too. So I'm pairing up my Patreon. If you're a member of my Patreon and you're one of the low tier guys, you're like in the $5 or the $15, you might want to consider doing the $200 a month one. And the reason for that is what I've done right now is the $200 tier on my Patreon. And this is not a sales pitch. I'm just telling you how it works now. I used to only give you 1 2-hour Zoom call on Patreon per month. Well, since I've been doing that ever since long before Reignite. And I thought, you know what? Why am I not putting these guys in the Reignite Zoom call? Because it's a bigger group and more of these guys will get, they're still, paying a subscription fee for it. I'm like, okay. So I brought them in once and everybody loved it. And so now what I'm doing right now, so if you join my Patreon, and you Sam, go get the URL. I'm unprepared for it. But if you go to my Patreon and you become a member at the $200 tier, you get 4 1 hour ish. Mostly, how I can talk. I usually only stop lying. 90 minute to 2 hour talk every Thursday. And we do it at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Hopefully that works for you. And if it doesn't on 1 week, guess what? You got 3 more to go on that month, right? Because you're going to be able to come in on every single phone call at the $200 tier level on Patreon. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm certain that if you participate in the Zoom calls, you will want to join Reignite, which is actually a better deal for you anyway. So if you join, if you're kind of like hesitant, like, I don't know if I'm going to get into this, I don't know if it's going to be what I need, join at the $200 level for a month. You can always unsubscribe anytime you want. Go and get 4 Zoom calls out of it, see if it's for you. The other thing we're going to start doing now as well is we're going to bring the subscription rates down to like a 1 flat rate. And we're going to start. We're going to be focusing primarily on events. So because that's where everybody loves those events. We will get more people who would just pay for the event and go to the event because they want to go and have a fucking kick-ass time. The next major event that we're going to do is going to be the week of the May 13th through the 18th in Miami. We're going to go to the Babes in Toyland Miami White Party, which will be on Saturday, the 16th of May. We always go do this. Prior to that, I'm going to have at least 1 and possibly 2 deep sea fishing trips because it was so popular last time. I think I might be able to do 2 because I like doing it. But I'm going to be going and doing Fresh and Fit. I have to go to the Danza Project because we didn't get to see them last year. So Mike and I will be going and doing that. We're going to have seminars. We're going to have intensives. We'll probably have the girls there to talk to you like we usually do. We recruit if you're in Vegas, you're spoiled, man. We could get like 12 girls there. In Miami, we might get 6. But you have these one-on-one conversations with these girls so that you can sort of like get used to having conversations with a woman in a controlled sort of, secure environment where you're not going to make an idiot of yourself. And the girls we work with already know what they're getting into. And so you can have these conversations. You're like, I don't know how to be, I don't know how do I keep her interest? You get instant live feedback right there. So that's one of the things that we do at those our meetups. If you can't make the Miami one, we'll have some other ones in between there, but the next really like the 2 major ones we do every year was the one in Miami. And then we're going to do another one in August. And that will be during the swim week in Las Vegas. That will be at the Babes in Toyland charity event on, I want to say it's the first, I don't know what the exact date, but it's the first week, or I believe it's the first week of August, maybe the second week of August. And it's always on a Thursday. And then you stick around Friday, Saturday, and you can fly home Sunday, right? Again, we have a long week. We'll probably go out in the quads if it's not like 118 out in the desert. We go shooting. We go to the gun range. I took Jake Monroe to go shoot his first gun.
How do you like it?
Yeah, he thought I videotaped it and everything. He was good, man. I was like surprised. And so we were at the gun range. Here's a story I haven't told. We were at the gun range, and I'm paying the fees for the gun range, and we got to get targets, right? And so we find this one target. It's a pretty lifelike, like guy with a gun. You got to shoot the dude, right?
Yeah.
I didn't think about this, but so I'm shooting, he's shooting. I made sure that his target was different from mine because I want all his shots to be his shots on the thing, right? Because he's never shot a gun in his life. There are no weapons, there are no firearms allowed whatsoever in Ireland, which is where he's from. I think you can have a bow and arrow, right? But that's about it, right? So the first time in his life, I think he's 31 years old and never shot a gun. So I gave him a really quick gun safety course as best I could do. I'm not an instructor. I realize that, but I think he did pretty well while we were there. We sat around for like probably 45 minutes, I think, shooting. And so we're done. Bring back the target. He looks pretty like, oh, look, you did. I said, you might want to take this home, put it on your wall, whatever. I'm like, but make sure you put it in your carry-on luggage and not in your checked-on luggage and not your carry-on luggage, because he got detained at customs in Ireland, and I can't imagine what would happen if he came back through there with that. So yeah. What do you got here? What do you got for me? Listen to Currency. She Don't Want a Man. Perfect rap song explaining alpha, fucks, and beta bucks. We were just talking about what's in our playlists before the show started. And God, people are going to think I'm just like a big fucking teenage dork for saying this. Right? There's a really great band. Actually, I think I've turned you on to a couple of bands. But I just started getting into this band called Private School. I don't know if anybody knows Private School, but they're kind of like, would you call them a hopcore band?
Yeah, kind of.
Because like hip hop with metal in it. Yeah, it's good. I was like, I could get behind this. This is what I want. This is why I want Trey Little or Giovanni Sanders to come to fucking Vegas. Like, dude, I have a band. I got Jake Cope and I got Ricky, man. We can go do this anytime you want. But it's really good shit, man. And they're live. I've seen them, like, I subscribe to them on Instagram. I saw them on YouTube. And I'm like, I got to make a playlist out of these guys because they're pretty good. They're kind of like the band they're a party band, a keg party band, like old school. And I'm like, fuck, this is great shit. Not too complicated. It's definitely has a mix of metal, punk, and hip hop for sure. So if that's your groove, Private School is a fucking great band. But that, and then there's the grunge band. Return to Dust is a fucking awesome band too. I've been into them for probably about 2 years now. They're a really great band. And then the other one that I like a lot, and I think they're probably a little bit older, is Kill the Lights. Kill the Lights is a fucking awesome band too. I was trying to turn on like Jake Monroe to some new music while he was here. God Emperor God Rolo. I think it's God Emperor. Rolo, Red Pill Jesus. Your thoughts on Rachel Wilson and Joey? Really? Okay. How much did you give me? $10. She name dropped Aaron. I know. I heard it. And if we can get Michael to write a book, I think he's next on the podcast. Sorry. If you can get me to write a book for Michael, I don't think Mike's going to be an author anytime soon, but we have actually talked about like co-writing a book, which would be me writing it and putting his name on it. Yeah, I did see that. I'm glad they finally got past the gate. Now, you were saying that you think like Joe Rogan has sort of like changed his.
I feel like he's going to do a rebrand, right?
A rebrand, huh?
Yeah, because he's stepping away. In my eyes, from the conspiratorial side of everything, and now he's kind of moving into more of this like light manosphere, tapping into it.
Yeah. What's his name? James Sexton was on Rogan, wasn't he? Yeah. I see that happen. I think he's realized that like there's some merit in actually doing some of this material. Yep. That's why when I look at Tom Bilyeu and he's got like Orion Teraband, or his wife has Orion because she runs the show now. Apparently, his wife. It's funny. There was a time about a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. We knew somebody who knew the Bilyeux, the Bilyeu couple, and we were like Mike and I were just this close to like booking a flight to go to LA where we would go shoot the podcast with them, and they just ghosted us. And I'm like, what the fuck? They're like, well, his wife has some concerns about you guys and yada, yada. I'm like, but this is the same chick that like just interviewed Teraband. I'm like, and Teraband lifts all my fucking material. So why is that a problem there? I think she thinks that we would say grab him by the pussy. I'm pretty sure that's her opinion of us. But no, I see Rachel on Rogan. Good, bravo, good for you. Wait here. There you go, man. Yeah, Rachel being on there is good. She gave a shout out to Aaron, although I think she got the name of the book wrong or something. Like Aaron texted me back, she got the name of the book wrong. But it doesn't matter. Your name got mentioned by Rogan. My name actually got mentioned by Rogan a very long time ago by Hotep Jesus because he was kind enough to like give me a shout out like under his breath on Rogan a very long time ago. But I still haven't got the call from Rogan. Sorry to say. Oh, and then I also want to point this out. Let me see if I can go get this off of Twitter real quick. Because you know me, like everybody's going to catch strays on today's show. So I don't know. It's not really a bone to pick with Jim Sexton again. But Jim Sexton was like doing interviews or some shit with Gloria Steinem. I'm like, you're giving this bitch oxygen? Like, really? But I understand why it would do. Okay, branding, I know what it's all about and everything. At least having that conversation is important, right? But so anyways, then I come across this tweet, which I'm going to show you here in just a sec. Share screen. And I didn't even know this until because Jim didn't tell me about this. And in fact, nobody else told me about this until I saw this right here. Another example of masculinity being intensely scrutinized as if it's some sort of inherent problem, right? Gloria Steinem gathered celebrities to discuss masculinity. They argued over the dishes. Okay, so it's from GQ magazine, which tells you all you need to know. Guests in Gloria Steinem's living room. Photos by Jamie Pearl. Got it. Gloria Steinem gathered celebrities, yada, yada. Amy Schumer, Candy Burris, and divorce lawyer / influencer. Now the slash influencer is added to the title. Bravo. Hey, there we go. You're now an influencer. Okay. James Sexton, that guy, and more joins Steinem in her living room to probe whether there is such a thing as non-toxic Is there anything like non-toxic masculinity, right? Okay. So she got a bunch of people there. This is all of it. A lot of the men I know would really be horrified to sit here. I'm disappointed that so many women are disappointed. Dr. Warren Spiegel, okay, a psychologist, Fulbright scholar, and Gloria Steinem and Warren Spiegel. You don't say, really? Oh. Hey, man. Fulbright scholar and faculty member at the new school chimes in. I'm sure caring is not equal in the home, and that's a huge issue. Not anymore. Maybe in the 70s when you guys were like relevant, but not anymore. But I think we also have to turn the lens around and look at what's good about men. well, fucking A. I think that's a message that's not here. Clearly, okay. At one point, Sexton, the divorce lawyer, throws his arms up and appeals to the room. What is non-toxic masculinity? All right. Thank you. Thank you, James. Good on you. That's a question no one seems to be answering, because if your answer is femininity, then that's fine. Then the answer is there's no such thing as non-toxic masculinity, which is what they wanted you to, the conclusion they wanted you to come to in the first place, my friend. So let me go back here. Now, here's the great part. Okay, so this was the thing. This was a quote from the article, and I opined on this. It says, James Sexton talked about this on his show, and Riley, well done, while still maintaining respect for the people involved, that very few men were present for this discussion on masculinity. And I was like, funny, I guess my invite must have got lost in my spam folder or something, because surely I was on the guest list, right? Like, maybe I should go back and look. Should I go back and look at my spam folder right now? Like, yeah, of course they weren't. Like, what the hell did you expect? It's Gloria fucking Steinem. They don't want men there. They don't want anybody to challenge that shit. That's like, we destroy the narrative. It's Gloria Steinem. Why don't we have like, what's the other girl's name? Our Bodies Ourselves. The Feminine Mystique. Really? So Jim, next time you get invited, and this was in LA I will drive there. I'll take the Camaro right there. Like, how come I didn't get what am I, chopped liver? I could have been there in 4 hours. Literally, you could have called me the day of, and I could have made it there. Right? Yeah. Anyways, to answer your question, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Yeah, I think Rachel going on is great. My only Rogan wanting to get away from woo-woo magic, conspiracy stuff. It's like, well, who started the feminist movement? Satan. Okay. Or like, I love it when people like try to dig into the roots of feminism, right? Because there's always, the Marxists, like, well, yeah, Karl Marx happened to write or publish the Communist Manifesto the year of or the year after the Seneca Falls Convention, which is really where feminists and most historians mark the beginning of the feminist movement, right? Because that's where the suffragettes got started. At Seneca Falls, 1848. There were 300 people there. There was what, Katie Beth Stanton. I don't know what her Allie Beth Stuckey. Katie Stanton was there, and I mean, very prominent figures in the suffragette movement started there. And then, of course, I mean, if you round things off from like 1850 till 1920, you got 70 years of the suffragettes, and the suffragettes were considered terrorists back then. And quite honestly, I think the feminists should still be considered terrorists even to today, right? I would, if I were to have been able to go to the meetup with Gloria Steinem and Jim Sexton, how fucking surreal would that be? That's what probably would have been the first thing I would have said. There's no such thing as waves of feminism. There is no such thing. The reason why we keep clinging to waves of feminism is because we want to make one first wave feminism. Those were the good feminists. No, they fucking weren't. They were the ones, like, if you go read The Feminist Bombers, it's just look, that's the title of the book. I forget who the author was. Go look up The Feminist Bombers, and it will tell you about how feminists were considered, and rightly so, considered terrorists in the United States and the UK from really 1850 all the way up through 1920. You ever play Red Dead Redemption?
The first one, yeah.
The first, is it the second one where there's the suffragette there and you can shoot the suffragette? There's a reason she's there, because that's historically accurate. She would have been there trying to throw out flyers and everything to join the feminist movement, because that's what it was. It's a female supremacism movement, and it always has been. Oh, well, wasn't it great that women got the right to vote? Arguable. But the thing is that was supposed to be, I guess that was the mark of second wave feminism, right? The suffragettes are first wave, right? Second wave feminism is whatever happened between, 1920, which was the ratification of the 19th Amendment, all the way up to probably Gloria Steinem, right? And right after, in the sexual revolution, post hormonal birth control in 1965, right? And then everything went to shit. No, there were no waves of feminism. There's always been just feminism, and it's been interrupted by civil unrest, 2 world wars, the Vietnam conflict, Korea, anything that could sort of dilute the message. And the only reason we have like militant gynocentric feminism today is because of one fucking invention: hormonal birth control. And that's what, from there, I can prove it to you over and over. I got stats, I got fucking graphs. Everything that we deal with today, well, isn't it horrible that feminists have made the dating market or the dating landscape a living hell? Yeah, well, I can trace all of the reasons why back to one date, 1965, baby. Or you could say 1971, right? You look at when did no-fault divorce get initiated in California? My birth year, 1968. Thank you very much, Governor Ronald Reagan. And then states followed suit. And I looked this up on Perplexity recently. Every state in the union has some form of no-fault divorce now. And I think the last holdout was like in the 90s or something like that. Okay. But that was about it. So just so you know, everywhere you go today in the United States, it's just walk away from your bitch or walk away from your dude, right? But there's a reason for that, because divorces spiked during the 1965 to 1975, and it tracks almost identical, correlates almost identical. I've shown them. Do I still have it up? I might still have it somewhere here. Yeah, here we go. Here you go. That's it. Divorce rate versus oral contraceptive use. Now, I realize, okay, drink that in for a second. This is the reason why I keep this in my permanent collection of slides here, because I use this quite often. Okay, I understand that correlation is not causation, but that's a hell of a correlation. Okay, that is one fucking hell of a correlation right there. I'm sorry to say. Okay, so yeah, I got into it one time with I think it was Andrew Wilson. One time he was saying, well, the whole reason why we have such why everything's all fucked up is because of no-fault divorce. I'm like, well, look where it started. Okay, no-fault divorce, 1968. Look what happened at. Look at the women using the pill right around 1968, and then maybe 68 to 71 in that time period right there. Look at the spike. Okay, there was no fault divorce in all the states at that time, but look at the divorce rate right there. And I'm not going to say that that doesn't have merit. Like, I'm sure that no fault divorce actually contributes to a lot of stuff. But the reason we have no fault divorce is because we have the sexual revolution, and we now have this great invention that allows us to fuck, and we don't have to worry about kids. Yeah, I'm fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're cool. I'm out of here. You know, that's women were just peace out. That was all it was. And if you want to look at, there's a really great. I'm still working on 1971. Don't say I've abandoned it. I'm actually kind of focusing primarily on the hardback version of the first book right now. But once I'm done with that, 1971 will be a very small, like an Aaron Clary sized book, because I know how that works. But it will basically track back everything from GDP to productivity to incarceration rates, divorce, obviously, no fault divorce, all the things that all track back to right about 1971. In fact, there's a really great, it's a website called whathappened in1971.com, something like that. That's where a lot of this stuff is collated. To my knowledge, nobody's actually put it all together in one book. I plan on doing it. Thank you for doing all the real heavy lifting for me. But and I will, of course, credit everybody I do when I put it out. But I will make some very red pill correlations in all of it. I'm not going to say I know it for a fact that this is what happened, but it is what it is. So when it comes to feminism, which I know is Rachel Wilson's sort of pet project, she likes to tie it to the occult. Okay, maybe. And I think the reason why she likes to do that is because she's a very devout Orthodox Christian. And then, of course, it's all about, you know, the Virgin Mary and everything else. Whatever, you know, or I love it when I get the Rockefellers. It's the Rockefellers. They funded feminism. That's like the Rockefellers didn't fund fucking the Seneca Falls Convention, for fuck's sake, right? It was the Jews. Karl Marx, I think, was a Jew. Right? I mean, maybe, right? Okay, but the thing is like it's always been a hate movement. Feminism has always been a hate movement on the part of women, and there are no waves of feminism. It is the same sentiment. If you go back and you read the writings of Katie Stanton versus Gloria Steinem, please, just somebody, please, for the love of Christ, go and compare those two, like word for word. And you know, you're talking about a woman who came after her, let's say, 70 years, probably another 120, 130 years later. Same thing. I tell you, the other thing I like pointing this out is I've been on Fresh and Fit, and I remember sitting next to like these girls who are like 19, 20 years old, and they are literally rattling off, sort of paraphrasing, militant feminist rhetoric from 1970, like Gloria Steinem stuff. I'm like, where the I even asked some of them one time, I said, where the fuck did you hear this? I'm like, I don't know. Oh, I'm smart. That's why. Like, no, you picked this up from somewhere, because like this is not coming out of an 18-year-old kid's mouth, right? And probably their mom said something like that, or maybe they got it from, I don't know, fucking Disney, Moana, you know, I don't know, somewhere along the way. But the narrative and the sentiment and the memes have been recycled all the way up into the 21st century, and until they got to me at 2021 next to some chick in Miami, right? But they don't even know where it comes from, because it keeps getting recycled all the way back to 1848 in Seneca Falls to Fresh and Fit March of 2021, right? Something like, maybe even 2022. Same thing. It just doesn't. It doesn't die. From that respect, I can sort of understand why Rachel is on there, but I like Rachel, so I'm glad she got her time. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. If the government or women know men will always fix the mess, they have no incentive to behave responsibly. You think? Withdrawal might be the only way to force them to develop their accountability muscles. Withdrawal. The video I'm about to riff on goes into this directly. So I'm gonna put a bookmark in that one, and we will come back to that. So that's actually I'm gonna segue right into that. Can you talk about Frame? What is it? How do you get it? I can talk to you about Frame if you join me on the Reignite stream on Tuesday. I think we're doing it at 6. Pick up my book first of all. Pick up my book, the Rational Male Reignite. It's my most recent book. I've never done more of a comprehensive deep dive into Frame than I did in that book. But since you gave me a super chat, I will give you the really abbreviated version of that. Money, muscles, and game, right? Health, wealth, and relationships. Those are the trifecta, right? Each one of those works synergistically and everything. But of all of those things, your money, how your affluence, which I would also tie to status as well. Your game can also give you status too, I should say. But if you look at all the things, what makes a man valuable, right? So economics, money, people. That's the first place anybody starts, right? Oh, you got to have $100,000 in the bank. Duh. Okay. But there's also other things that come along with that. There's status, there's social proof, there's pre-selection, there is and then we move on to your physique, right? Let's do the clavicular thing. It's the looks maxers or looks maxy stuff, which they're not wrong. The only thing they're wrong about is that's the only thing that they go after. I'm telling you all of the things, right? And by the way, clavicular sounds like a venereal disease. It does. Like, what the fuck is a clavicle? Is it clavicle?
It's
and you go,
clavicle,
what is it? Clavicle's right here, right?
Yeah.
Why? What is? I was fucking this chick and I got clavicular. Oh man, I think there's a clinic. You can go get something for that. Some vitamin D. Yeah, I'm like, where the fuck did that name come up from? But anyway, but he's not wrong about looks. I can't find any. There's no lie detected.
Yeah.
With clav for sure. But the only failing is that like that's the only thing, right? And then there's game, right, or social skills, or relationships. And I talk about game quite a bit, right? Where it's just being able to sort of talk to a woman and go from, single and sexless to getting into bed, right? And then from there, trad cons, bird hands. From there, developing a family, like forming a family, right? It's like, I got to learn all these skills and to perform and do all this other stuff. And then I finally find the hot bitch and we fuck. And we go, you know what? I like you. I like you too. Want to start a family? Yes, I do. Bam, 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 bam. And then you move off into perpetuity, right? So the red pill's not just about getting your dick wet with random hoes. It can be. Rollo gave away the game. I'll tell you what's funny is like, I love it when people go, Rollo, aren't you that guy that talks about spinning plates and fucking anything on two legs? I don't like that guy, right? I'm like, well, that's part of it. You can use it for that if you so choose. But I found over the years, and I've been doing this for 23 years, I find that over the years, I have more guys come to me and say, Rollo, I just need a second date. I'm 30 years old. I've never been on a real date with a chick, or I've never kissed a girl with any kind of intimacy, like, right? I've never, how do I lose my V card? And of course the joke is I'll take you up to Reno and we'll teach you brothel game. I'm an incel. There's no such thing as an incel. Not in 2026. Sorry, in the 21st century, you can't, if you want to get laid, you can get laid. Whether you pay for it or you learn how to get it for free, whatever. There's no such thing as free. Either way, you're voluntarily celibate at this point. Unless you have some physical deformity, unless you're the elephant man, I'm hideous. Right? You can probably get laid. I'm not saying she'll be a 10, but
it'll happen.
It'll happen. See, I love it when people go, "Oh man, the red pill is so doomer and so negative." No, man, I want you to succeed. I want you to get laid. Not here, man. Not on the Rational Male. Never has been. But so frame is all of those things together. And I know some people say frame is something separate. It's not. It's your frame is the sum total of your money, your muscles, and your game, right? And so what are those actually based on? Money, muscle, and game? Your burden of performance. And so when MGTOWs say, well, the only winning move is to leave the game. Like, yeah, you can't, because everybody judges you based on your performance. You're a man. Sorry, sack it up. Right? And even if you think you're out of the game, somebody goes, he'd be a great dude if he could just maximize his potential, realize his potential, right? Even like marginally realize his potential, whether that's getting laid or that's making more money or that's getting in better shape, however that works out for you. The thing is that it's based on your performance, burden of performance. What makes you respectable? Again, you want to talk about respect? I also talk about this in the book as well. The difference between female egalitarian, everybody gets a respect token, right? And merited, what makes you respectable form of respect. That's the masculine hierarchical form of respect, which I think is far more tenable than anything else, right? But in order to become respectable, what do you have to do, children? You've got to do things that make you respectable, right? Right, there you go.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Okay, so even Sheffy agrees with me. So yes, so that's frame. Frame is the sum total of your money, muscles, and game, and that is based on your burden of performance. Well, Rollo, how do I do that? Mental point of origin. All of which covered in the Rational Mail, available on Amazon. Go pick it up today. Please pick it up today. Omni-Man. King Rollo. You guys are buttering me up today. Like I'm Jesus. I'm the God Emperor. I'm King. King. We was King. Rollo was King. Rollo was a King. What is that? Does that make you my prince? Does that make you my like man at arms? If you personally could guide a famous person, I guess, to the red pill, who would it be? Who would you say? Any celebrity, any famous person that, like, I'm trying to think who needs it the most. Like, who do I want to see succeed? Put it in the chat. Put a name in the chat. That's a good question. Put a name in the chat. There's so many. Like, I can't just pick one. Well, Will Smith. I mean, I just mentioned his name. Will Smith, for sure. Definitely needs the red pill more than anything else. It will save his life. When he like smacked Will Smith at one time, like, oh man, he's 4 months away from getting. Oh no, sorry, no, Prince. What's his face? Married to Markle.
Prince Harry.
That right there. That's my answer. Prince Harry. That's who I would give. And Elon Musk. Elon Musk definitely needs the Rational Mail more than anything. Like Elon just like, it's like, I fucked this chick. I put a baby in her. Yeah. Elon needs. We would be on the surface of Mars if you just read the Rational Mail.
Travis
would be fucking around. We'd been on point, on mission the whole time. But no, you had to go nail Amber Heard and whoever else you had your 14 children. You fucked what's St. Clair? What's Ashley St. Clair? I could. The red pill fixes this. Can I plug Abel Shepard? Who is that? We're outside of Denver. Great group of dudes training for real world scenarios. Could help y'all guys. All you guys. Okay. So here's your shout out, Abel Shepard. Cool. I don't know who you are, but like maybe you or Sammy can look up whoever Abel Shepard is. Which we're going to do right now. Oh, he's a neo-Nazi. Who is this guy?
Education Center in Centennial, Colorado.
Oh, all right. Okay. Abel Shepard. There you go. Well done. We looked you up. Now I'm going to have to look him up more later. Elite level what?
Oh, let me put it back. Tactical training.
Oh, all right. Sure. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Can I come out there? Can I come play? I got it. Thanks, Sammy. Thanks for the assist. What do we have here? Oh my goodness. Here, since it was $20. You would send a free copy to help a brother in need. I have sent several free copies to a brother in need. Here you are, sir. Dios bendición, boy. Whatever. Dios, I don't know what that means. Bendiciona. Dios bendiciona, bo. Somebody tell me what language that is, please. Awesome.
Maybe Portuguese.
It could be. Dios, I know what that is. He's the best rocker. He's the best voice in heavy metal. I'm disappointed with them being disappointed. That's where we're at, yes. And let's see. Frame a house today, and then you will have a frame. Really, motherfucker? Really? I was going to say something else. Really, motherfucker? And we got a new member. Thank you. Oh. You know what you get for being a member? Priority status. That's all you get. I gotta work on my membership stuff a little bit more, because I know that like Jake Monroe does members only like streams sometimes.
Yeah.
Of course, I'd be playing to 3 people right now. I got to do that sometime. I got to go get that sometime. But yeah. All right. So getting back at it, one of the things I have noticed, what is it? Poor Man's Podcast was talking about this one guy who was talking about how the manosphere is over. Really? Again? What is this? The 4th time this like in the last year, in a year's time? Yeah, the red pill's over. Yeah, I think it was what Destiny was the one that said that on Chris Williamson's show. Still here. What gets me is like when everybody wants to, like, it's easy content. It's stupid easy content. Yep. I was I know what it was. I was talking about body count on Rule Zero on Saturday. And yes, we were talking about that new stupid body count calculator. Have you seen that yet?
I have not.
Oh my. We have to get into that. Hold on, just for briefly. I won't dwell on this, I promise you. But boy, is this a fun one. Where did it go? Man, chicks are losing their fucking minds. Oh, in fact, I'll just put this up on the thing here. Does anybody know who Ali Voss is? I know she's like a trad femme chick. I don't know. I don't know what degree. She a black belt in trad femme. Anyways, here it is. This is Ali. So the initial one is this. I'll put this up here. This is the initial one. Okay. This guy, by the way, just so you know, Ali, you got had. Sorry, this guy is from East Asia and Pacific. Okay, so
Gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So just so you know, this is not a serious thing. All right, got it. But here's the premise. The premise is this: check her body count. Go to check her body count. I think it's checkherbodycount.com. Is that what it is? Where's the? Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay. Checkhercount.com. Hell, why don't we just go do that real quick? Share this instead. All right. So what this allows you to do is you can put in any chick you want. You can put in their Instagram.
Okay.
Okay. Who do you think I started with? Who do you think I started with? The most notorious bitch that I could think of, Tiffany Fox. Tiffany Fox. Okay. What do you think her body count is? According to I put her Instagram in here. Okay. Now remember, you can't get porn off of Instagram because it's a good, wholesome family. Okay. It's soft core porn.
Strictly off Instagram.
Strictly off Instagram. And now what it does is drop her Instagram. It will scan her followers, analyze the pics, and estimate her body count. That's the premise here. I guess AI does this. I don't know. Once you realize it, it's bullshit. But what do you think her body count was? Now, I happen to know, well, I don't know an actual approximate number, but I do know that it's in the triple digits.
Okay. Well, off Instagram, 50, 60.
I initially said quadruple digits. She got mad at me. She said, it's not quadruple. 60?
Yeah.
Dude, it's probably way more than that. But let's just say, for sake of argument, I put it in here and it came out as 9.
9.
I'm like, wife her up, man. She's a great chick, man. That's awesome. Yeah. Somebody put in the Pope and you got like 35 or some shit like that. Yeah. So it's a joke, but that's not the funnest part about this whole thing. The funnest part about this is where to go share that tab instead. Okay, put that on. Is the response to idiots like Ali Voss, who has 32,000 followers, and I have no idea who she. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Director of the ACC National Fellow. She's a fellow. Okay. Oh, she's a fellow of Conserve America. God.
Gotcha, bitch.
And IWF.
Gotcha, bitch.
Whatever those are. Former ISI fellow.
Gotcha, bitch.
And Harvard. Whoa.
Gotcha, bitch.
There you go. Yeah, you got had. All right. And guess who else got had? What is it? 31,200 views that she got off of this. They got it too. And I put this on here. This was me. I was like, it's a joke. You like dumb bitch. Everybody knows this, right? Brittany Huggabomb, 43. Okay. This website is poorly coded and not saying anything meaningful. I put in several profiles and got similar answers. I also don't think you can really know this. Oh, really? It was probably vibe coded with no checks for accuracy. You think? No way. Well, guess what? Let's have a look at our good friend Coel, who happens to be in East and South Pacific. Okay, this guy just paid for his mortgage. 60.1 million views on this. Thank you, Ali Voss, for your contributions in promoting this.
Gotcha, bitch.
Travesty. Okay. Yes, it's a joke. And I tell you, the thing that gets me is just the outrage bait that was going on for all of this stuff. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, there's Ali. Where did Ali go? Ali, come back. There we go. Ali, I mean, look, how many did she have? She had, okay, maybe it wasn't that. 115 comments, 45 bookmarks, including my own, 731 likes, and 45. And this is just off of hers. Okay. This isn't actually the post itself. But I mean, if you just look at all of this shit, I did mine, got a 10 and a 41. I should put mine in there.
Yeah,
Should I put mine in there? I should put mine in there. Let's try it. Hold on a second. Oh, it's easy. I know what mine is. Hold on a second. I think they need the whole URL though. My body count. Okay, everybody already knows what my body count. I've made it. It's public domain. Okay, I've made my body count like public several times on this show and on Access Vegas. So there you go. Hold on a second. Okay, so let's do this. I got my copy and paste it. Put it in here. Put myself in there. I assume it works for guys too. I don't know. All right, here we go.
You need to share that tab.
Oh man!
Before you start pressing it.
What's that?
I was like, before you start pressing
before I share the tab. Okay, okay. Before I share the tab, yeah, keep it right there for a second. Okay, there. I'm going to share the tab. Okay, here we go. Wait. I got this. We need to get this one up here. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. I'm trying to find the right one. Here's a better one.
We're never gonna score. We're never gonna
score. Roll it, Tomasi. Officially don't get no hose. Here we go. Show it. I only have 18. Sorry.
18. Top 60%.
I'm still get more than you. No. I have my actual body count 41. Thank you very much. And that's if you include just having like regular like sex, like P&V sex, right? Because according to the CDC, if you get a blowjob, that should count as a body. That's the CDC, by the way, too. Okay. I don't know how did that get like standardized? I don't know, but apparently it did. In that case, I'm gonna have to go reassess. That's I don't even remember some of that shit. But yeah, 41 for yours truly, and not 18. Thanks. Gotta get those are rookie numbers. You gotta get those numbers. Yes, you were right. I'm sorry. Rolo, I only meant that it would, ESL is your friend, it would take the work where they would achieve their own frame by doing the work. Okay. Sometimes humor, irony, and pathos don't translate very well in super chats. Rolo, have you seen these viral videos on the top sexiest male hobbies? Yes. From women's surveys, the sexiest hobby was reading, not athletics. I think that should tell you something right there. Oh, you know, so if you look like Henry Cavill and you put on glasses, give you right? That look that I was talking about way back when. Yes, that one. The sexiest hobby was reading, not athletics, and the least was the manosphere. I'm not sure the manosphere qualifies as a hobby, but okay. And maybe for some people it does. Can you dunk this in a video? Debunk this in a video. Do I need to? Here, there you go. I just did. There you go. I just did. No, like I have written about hobbies. As you know, I have some nerdy hobbies and I have some pretty cool hobbies too, right? A lot of times when I have a lot of interests. I'm an artistic, creative person. Okay. I write, I draw, I paint, I play guitar, I play many other stringed instruments, Middle Eastern stringed instruments. I can play bass. I play piano. What else can I do? Some people would consider. See, I don't consider those a hobby though.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe at one time I did. A hobby to me is like painting Warhammer miniatures, which is funny because I actually spend more time doing that than a lot of other things that I do. I read. Obviously, I have to read because unlike Andrew Tate, I think reading actually can teach you something, and you can actually learn from reading. But maybe that's me. I enjoy reading. I remember I read Dune. I've read Dune so many times I can't even recall how many, because it's just an enjoyable read, right? And then when the movie came out, I was like, yeah, okay, all right. Like Lord of the Rings, when people read the Lord of the Rings. Like that's not just it. You got to read the Silmarillion, which I have. The Hobbit, great. Always, it was supposed to be a kid's book, but it's still a great fucking story. It's part of that world, right? And then there's Tolkien's unfinished stories, which I think everybody who's a Tolkien fan should read. And that's just fiction. So yeah, I think reading definitely should be a hobby, but I think the reason why women say, "Oh, this is a sexy hobby" and this is not a sexy hobby is because I don't know what they would consider a hobby, right? It's because you got to remember that anything you do that takes time away from her, it better have a side benefit, an indirect benefit to her. Right? I've written about this several occasions about how your hobbies will kill your game, or how your hobbies will, like, if you have nerd, stupid hobbies like me, it will kill your game. So I suggest you don't reveal your interest in Warhammer unless you are actually Henry Cavill. Okay. If you are not Henry Cavill, keep that shit fucking secret, man. I'm glad he can be public with it, but or I mean, if you play Space Marine 2, great, but I'm sure video games does not top the list of women's favorite hobbies either. So, but for instance, if there is something that is in some way indirectly beneficial to that woman, like if you say, oh, well, athletics. Well, what if I say I play basketball on the weekend with my boys, right? Mm-hmm. That's probably, women probably like that hobby because you stay in shape and you look good as a result. She gets some fucking benefit out of it, right? If you collect comic books, and she's not one of them weird gamer girls that collects comic books too, I don't care what your Invincible character or your collection looks like, nerd.
Got these figurines.
Here you go. There's your clip for the day, right? If you look, like, imagine, okay, if you know with intimate knowledge, like, who the Primarchs are in Warhammer 40,000, that's not fucking date material. I'm sorry, okay? Unless you met at a convention, unless you met at RageCon in Reno, or you met at like the LVO, which is the Las Vegas Open, and here, whatever, unless she's there and she's into it just as much as you are, and you just happen to be single and she happens to not be, 100 pounds overweight, go for it. It's all you, but don't reveal those kinds of things, because they tend to be a little bit like, because they're introverted, right? They don't have any benefit. In fact, if anything, they're money out, especially for Warhammer, because it's like a drug addiction. It really is. A drug addiction would be cheaper. I've spent less on gear than I have on Warhammer, like plastic miniatures. So, seriously, God, I can hardly wait until this gets clipped and Todd Lee MD sees this, because I know he's into it too, and he's big as hell. So people need to ask me questions about. I need to do a stream. Like we were talking before we got on this stream, and we were listening to some new music.
Yeah.
And I think it's a goddamn shame that we can't just like play some cool shit for you guys and go, man, this fucking rocks, right?
Yeah.
And just talk about like dumb shit, like talk about comic books or video games or World of Warcraft, whatever fuck you're doing. We can't do that because we would get demonetized for the video. And I'm like, I'm not sure I care about that video getting monetized. Maybe we should just go and do it anyways. Somebody asked me about initiating a Cash App link or something on my YouTube. As soon as I figure out how to do that, I will tell you how, because somebody wanted to give me money and they didn't want YouTube to get 30% of it. I 100% agree. As soon as I figure out how to add Cash App to my links or whatever the hell I have to do, I'll let you guys know. But you can always front me money on PayPal or whatever. The links are in the description. I don't try to make I don't do fundraising on this. I don't think I've ever done fundraising on this, except for if you want to see me without my beanie on, you have to you got to cough up some money, which I think the deadline is already over. So you guys lost. But anyways, Ali Voss, you got played. Congratulations. The end. What is this? Oh, well, thank you for your here. You know what? You said nothing, but I'll give it to you anyway. It's like, oh man, can you read my super chat? There's nothing on your super chat. What does comic books have to do with being a man? Oh, would you like to know more? Wait a minute.
Kowalski analysis.
Okay, let me tell you exactly what comic books have to do with being a man. You got to remember that when comic books first came out, I can't believe I'm going to get into this. When comic books first came out, they were written by nerds, for nerds. Okay, for guys who are, we'd call them an incel today, but they weren't so hopeless as the incels are today. You were a loser back then. Odds are you could probably pull yourself out of it and become like me. You could go from being some nerd who likes to code and likes to do computers to being Bill Gates, right? Or Jeff Bezos, right? These guys weren't cool kids in high school. Nobody invited them to keggers like me. But you could get out of it, right? But in the 60s, 50s, I guess too. Like if you look at Stan Lee, if you know the story of Stan Lee, it's a pretty fucking. The early days of Stan Lee are really fucking interesting, because he got married and he was like he was doing comics for like newspapers or some shit like that, but he really wanted to do his own shit. started doing his own shit, and it took off. It couldn't take the money quick enough, right? So he was coming up with, Hulk and Avengers, and back in the day when they looked like the 60s versions of those characters, right? But then came Spider-Man, right? And Spider-Man is an archetype because he's the the saying, right? With great power comes great responsibility. There's never been a more loser kid saying than that, okay? Because what Spider-Man does, Spider-Man is this loser, scrawny little weesh kid who got bit by a radioactive spider, and he got superpowers, right? So now he goes from being weesh, weedy beta kid to being alpha, because now he's got superpowers. Now he can fucking shoot webs out of his hands, and he fights crime, and he's got spidey senses, and he can, beat your ass, right? I mean, he's not as strong as Hulk, but he's still,
He'll kick ass.
But that's the thing, is zero to hero. That's definitely a male archetype right there. Same thing with Captain America. Captain America was they got denied to go to they didn't even want him in the army. You got flat feet. Look at you. You're how tall are you and how scrawny are you? Put him in the Tony Stark, or what is the Stark super chamber, and put the super sauce in him, and he comes out Captain America, and now he can kick ass and take names and everything. Go head to head with fucking Iron Man and Thor. But he's still inside. He's still Steve Rogers, right? Same thing with Peter Parker, Spider-Man, but he's still Peter Parker inside, right? So what does that say? That it's this fantasy that young boys often have, which is, if I could just be superpowered, if I could only be strong, if I could only be fast, if I could the Flash, I could only be whatever, if I could only do, then I would never use my superpowers for evil. I would only use them for good and helping people, right? That's noble. Don't get me wrong, very much so. But the funny thing is I remember, God, you really want me to geek out? I'm going to geek out with you. One of my favorite comic artists, I have a lot of them. Arthur Adams is definitely one of my favorites. Butch Geist was a really good one. No, Butch Geist was the writer. Was it Bill Malcolm? One of those guys. Anyways, one of my favorite, and I've met him several times, is a good dude, Michael Golden. Really great artist, has done a lot of stuff, mostly in the 70s, which I think is the bronze era or silver era for comics. And I've met him on several occasions. I remember when he would come to comic stores in Orlando, and I would specifically take off that day of work so I could go meet the guy and talk to him, pick his brain. Actually had lunch. I took him out to lunch one time.
Oh, yeah.
Just so I could talk to him about stuff. And one of the things he told me when we were having our conversations, he's like, one thing I hate about today's comics is you can't just have a good guy and a bad guy. They always have to have issues. The Joker has to have he's really an incel, right? Or he really has, his mom beat him when he was a kid, or whatever it is. There's always this backstory thing. It's there's never just he's an asshole, fucking kick his ass. That's just getting back to that sort of easy to understand kind of basic plot telling stuff, because that's all comics were. But now it's got to be cerebral, and Batman is a pretty dark backstory for Batman, but every villain you have to have some sort of sympathy for the villain, rather than he's just a dick, can you just fight the dick, but yeah. Thank you. Well done, sir. You get one of these. That goes out to your army buddy. Awesome. Shout out to your legless friend, dude. And what is this one? Oh, what's this? If you come out to Able Shepherd, I'll sponsor you, your team, for the intro class. No problem. I'll send it on to Insta. Let me talk to Mike Sartain, because he might be interested in going and doing that too.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. So anyways, how does comic books have to do with masculinity? Everything, man. I think I understand why you would be confused today, but they didn't used to be. That was all it was about. I remember when it wasn't cool to know who the fucking Avengers are by name, which I did, or the 80s X-Men.
I remember that with anime. Now anime's been
oh God,
it's gone into that point.
Okay, I can't believe I'm about to say this. You guys should super chat me $100 just for me saying this. I can remember when the Marvel movies started coming out, and I was married for probably 5 years or 6 years at that, maybe more. And I remember watching the X-Men, because the X-Men was separate, because Fox was a separate franchise from the Marvel series, because Marvel was with I think Disney or something like that. That was actually but Disney bought them out later. But I remember when the Marvel movies first started coming out, and I was watching the movies, and then I don't know why, but against my better judgment, I just couldn't help myself. But I was explaining the character and the backstory of like Iron Man, because Iron Man was cool back then, right?
Yeah.
Of Iron Man to my wife, and she's like, "How the fuck do you know all of this?" Or like, just filtered into my brain. Like the kids on Stranger Things, that was literally, I was 14 when those kids were 14. So I can tell you those things. I could probably have a very long live stream about Warhammer 40,000. I can tell you the lore for 40,000. We could have it very long drawn out. Magnus did nothing fucking wrong. Fight me. Was it change my mind? I should have a table. Magnus did nothing wrong.
No,
change my mind. Someone will make a meme of that now with me behind the table instead of Crowder now. Yeah. AI, make this Rolo. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, Invincible. I love Invincible. I just one of the reasons I got this shirt because I really like the story. You know, I started watching the series on Prime, on Amazon Prime, and I fell in love with it. I'm like, this is fucking great, man. It's like and it's gory, it's bloody. If you don't like blood and like broken jaws and shit, like literally broken jaws, if you don't like it, it's not for that. It's not for you. But then I just finished when I did finish season 3. It's been over for a while now. I was at I go to my regular game store probably like once or twice a month now, unless there's something I really want. More so now that I'm in my medical state, but there's also a comic book store that's within walking distance in that same kind of open air mall, right? So I'll go over there, and I happen to see the Invincible omnibus, like the the complete works kind of thing. And I was like, I am buying that book. And let me tell you, the Invincible comic is not like the animation, man. I will tell you that. That's how I know who Battle Beast is. I'm a nerd. Yay! Wait, here it is.
Where are the Cheetos?
There you go. I also play Dungeons and Dragons still to this day at my elderly age with the guys in Masculine Geek, which, by the way, we'll be picking up on Friday of next week. So we're going to get back at it. I have had an ongoing campaign with these guys, and we play old school D&D. We play first edition, like Gary Gygax edition D&D, and which is like Smash Mouth D&D. There's no wheelchairs. there's no tieflings. There's no gender obscure, I don't know, elves or whatever the fuck that is right there. There's none of that shit. Roll or die. That's basically did you die? You die. Roll up another character. And that's the way it should be. It's more brutal than that is Dungeon Crawl Classics, man. You better roll up like 10 characters because they are all going to die in that shit. And that's the fun of it. Oh shit, give me the next one. People getting attached. Like D&D was never meant to be fucking therapy. You go to a therapist. If that's what you need, ladies or feminized guys, then do that. Please get your fucking therapy out of my game. Just want to thank you for all of the research studies and book. Here I am talking about games. Research studies, book and books. Thanks to yours and Dr. Buss's work. Our Polish equivalent of Myron, Paul from DSM channel. I know who that is. Largest and professional red pill content creator. Well, tell Paul, yeah, that you can actually get the Polish translation of the Rational Male in Poland somewhere. I mean, I know it's available because actually I think they're all now in Polish. Oh, hey, you want to know about translations? Spanish version of Reignite just came out. Ooh, my ethnic friends. And the French version is, I just approved the text for it. So, and I don't speak French, so I had to get another person to tell me, was this done by AI or not? Right. That's all I have to ask. And it wasn't. And so it sounds pretty good. It looks pretty good to me. And so the French translation of the book will be coming out probably April, I think, because they got to do the layout and then they got to market it and do all that good shit. There will be a Turkish version. Another thing, I've been talking to Dr. Oz again from my friend in Turkey. So yeah, there you go. Rolo, if you like Invincible, you need to watch Baki, the Grappler, or Berserk. You guys keep saying Berserk.
Good. Berserk, you're going to like Berserk.
Can I get that on Netflix?
Not anymore. They used to have the movies, like the Golden Age movies.
That's like a Viking thing, isn't it?
No.
What's Berserk?
The Berserk is a kind of like a medieval type of.
Oh wait, I think you showed me something. Can you? Yeah. Where do you get them? You get them on like Crunchyroll or something?
Yeah, I'm pretty. I'm not sure if Crunchyroll has the movies
I
themselves.
even know what
right?
Crunchyroll is.
You can watch the '90s one. Right?
Oh, okay. Berserk.
Yeah, Berserk.
God, it goes back that far. I didn't even know it went
Yeah.
back. Okay, I'll check out Berserk. I've heard good things about Berserk. Baki the Grappler. All right. You can convince me. Oh, and by the way, I saw against the advisement of other stupid people, Mike Sartain and I are both closet nerds. I didn't know if you guys knew that or not. He'll never reveal this, but he's a big sci-fi fan. He's the one who turned me on to The Expanse. And I watched The Expanse, and I absolutely love Amos. He's my most favorite character, and I think they're talking about like picking up another season of it. I don't know when or where. Because there's a lot of Expanse books too. That there's like 5 seasons of The Expanse, and that's only like the first 5 books. There's a ton of them. But he also is a big fan of Predator, as you might guess.
Yep.
That's why we have the Jesse Ventura intro for Access Vegas. And he just turned me on to Predator Badlands, and I wanted to hate it, but I didn't hate it. I thought it was pretty good. It makes the Predator kind of like less impressive, because the Predator is the main character, and so you learn like it gives away too much, right? And that's my only complaint about it. I thought it was a great plot. I thought it was a fun movie. If you've never seen a Predator movie, it's still a standalone. It's still pretty good, and there's crossover between Whale and Yutani, so the Alien series gets in there because they're all 20th Century Fox, which are all owned by Disney now. So. I didn't hate it. I thought it was pretty good. And people warned me off of Prey. Prey was pretty fucking good too.
Prey was good.
Jake Monroe said he didn't like Prey because he thought it was like 2 girl power. I'm probably, yeah. I mean, it had elements of like, of Brave and Moana. That kind. It's the same plot, right? But, it's this tribal society, and the girl wants to break out of the mold of patriarchy or something. Okay, whatever. Her brother was pretty much a badass too in that. And I thought it was pretty good because it moved the plot along. And one of the things I think happens a lot with nerds rule, we do rule. I don't know. Did people like Badlands? I thought it was all right. Like, I didn't hate it.
I haven't finished it.
Did you see? I thought it was all right. People were losing their shit because they thought it was a black Predator. I'm like, all right, I'll go with it. So the one that fought Arnold is the white version, and like, do they like, did one enslave the other on the planet, wherever they're from? I don't know. But the thing is, and this is like, I also watched Alien Earth, which I thought was good, but there's a lot of gaping plot holes in that. And I know that they did it because they wanted it to be sort of a stand. They wanted to sort of like move away from the sequels and the prequels and everything else. You're never, by the way, if you have the distinct honor of ever like writing an officially canonized Alien story, don't run away from the backgrounds, please. Like, just like, you're not that fucking cool. Okay. Just like, just acknowledge them in some way, shape or form, because that's exactly what Predator's been doing. Like, remember the pistol, spoiler alert, pistol in Alien or Predator Prey, right? That pistol, that hand thing, they give that to Danny Glover in Predator 2. And I was like, fuck,
that's sick, right?
Like, and unless you've seen that and you're a fucking stupid Uber fan like me, you would never, like, my wife was like, what the fuck is that? Why does that have any kind of meaning? I'm like, oh Jesus, it's so delicious. Like, to me, I'm like, oh my, oh, thank you. It's an Easter egg, right? And I had to explain to her. We had to, you have to literally go back and watch Predator 2 just so you get that one, right? Yeah. Oh, and then another spoiler alert on Predator Badlands, when they always have the trophy with skulls and stuff like that. One of them happened to be the aliens from Independence Day.
Yeah, one of them.
Yes, kill those fucking things. Oh, that was so good. Could shut mouth and public decimate a mainstream TV journalist who tried to mock red pill perspectives. Okay, we'll get back on point here in a moment because I could geek out all day. And explain why we die out and have lowest child ratio in Europe. Not always men are responsible for that. Thanks. Oh, okay. Excellent segue. I have the video that I wanted to riff on, but I don't want to show you the whole fucking thing because it's just Patrick Bet-David rambling on. Did you see? You know what I'm talking about?
I've seen the clip. Yeah.
Patrick Bet-David seems to have this idea about why we have such a low fertility rate. Okay. one of the things I want to point out before I get too deep into all of this, and again, no, in this case, no flame, no, I'm not throwing shit at PBD. I throw it for other reasons, but not for this. Everybody wants to talk about the fertility rate, right? I've heard Taraban talk about it. I've heard Elon Musk can't shut his fucking mouth about it. I've seen pastors talking about it. I've seen Steve Bartlett's talked about it. It's part of that sort of red pill adjacent topics that are okay for like mainstream A-list podcasters to talk about that I've been talking about for a long time, and you still won't have me in your fucking show. But no, PBD was talking about the fertility rate. Mm-hmm. But it's PBD, right? So you can't, like, he's a genius, right? He's an absolute fucking genius to himself, anyways. And so you can't do a podcast on fertility, on the fertility rate, unless he has a solution for it. And so it's the solution. Like all of his stats, perfect. I've mentioned them a million times. And by the way, Patrick Bet David, the fertility rate has been, do I have that up? I might have that loaded too. No, I don't. The fertility rate in the United States has been below replacement level since 1975 and has not gone above it since then. Okay. So that means it is below 2 children per, right? 2.0 is the replacement rate, as you might guess. Anything less than that, 1.5, if you have a half a kid, right? 1.51, that's South Korea level. Like South Korea has even lower than that, I think. But again, analysis of the stats, spot on. The diagnosis, F+. Because the thing is like you can talk about it and how it's an economic thing, right? And of course, he's Patrick Bet David. It's all economics, right? Here's what we're going to do. And I'm just going to give you the brief rundown here rather than actually show you the video. Well, I could show you. I could show you the end part of the video anyways. Actually, let me do that. I'm just going to scrub to the end of it because you don't need to hear him pontificate. I believe I have it right here. No, that's not it. Oh, it's not in intro. It's in the videos. Here we go. Where did I put PVD? Do I have them in here? No. It's in here somewhere. Sorry, my bad. Williamson, no, it's not that one. God damn it, I swear I downloaded this. Oh, maybe it's outside of that. Hold on. It's outside of this folder, that's why. Here we go. It's in this folder. There we go. Okay, here we go. How to fix PBD. How to fix, because he knows how to fix the fertility. I got a real good fix for you too. Start fucking. That's what it comes down to. You don't fix the
1.58 problem. That is the biggest crisis taking place in America. This is the lowest birth rate we've ever.
Okay. This is the biggest crisis taking place in America
ever had in the history of America. And by the way, last year, only 3.6 million babies were born in America. Do you know 3 times in America, we went on a run that we had 4 million kids every year. Once was 5 years, once was 7 years, and once was 11 years. We're going to talk about what that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The baby boom. Let's look what happened before the baby boom. Most of Europe and all of Japan and a good portion of China were left in absolute fucking ruin. So it stands to reason that the countries that weren't affected by that would have a much higher fertility rate during that point. Got it. Okay. But what killed it? Hormonal birth control. And he does address this. To his credit, he does talk about hormonal birth control being and then of course he doesn't get into any of the aspects that I would get into with respect to all the things that have led up to that, because he doesn't want to talk shit about the little ladies. He doesn't talk about feminism. He doesn't want to talk about that. He just wants to say, okay, here's where we're at. And we're at 1.58 and we need to do whatever. Okay. So that's where he's at. I'm going to scrub this to the end where this is his fix.
Then we're going to talk about why we stopped making babies.
Okay. We already know that. Okay. I think we're pretty close to figuring that out. So this is the fix. How to fix it. Where'd he go?
55 years old, never had a kid, don't have a husband, wake up next to a 26-year-old after I finished a bottle of, whatever vodka. Life is awesome.
Xanax and Shard. No, that's not what I let me push him up a little bit further here. Wait till he gets to the solution.
9%. Today, 15 to 20% of Gen Z associate themselves as LGBTQ. That was not the case when I went to school. When I was
Okay, so that's part of the problem, but these are just the symptoms. This isn't the disease, my friend. All right, so how to fix it? This is the part I want to know.
Number one, change the incentive. This is my idea. Change the incentive.
Have women lose a lot of fucking weight, right? I change the incentive, and fitness influencers, guess what?
So if you and your husband, you and your wife get married, you stay together. You have a kid together.
Got it.
You have a second kid together, not cohabitating. It's got to be yours, and you guys have to be together. You've been married together. You have your first after you're married. You have your second after you're married. No problem. That doesn't do anything big. But by the time you get your third, $25,000 tax incentive every single year.
Okay, not bad, not bad. The problem is no one's getting married. Marriage sells, but who's buying? Right? And by the way, that's not just a Megadeth song. That was actually an article that if you know anything about that song, because people go, oh, that's a great Megadeth song. No, it's actually an article from a book or whatever, it was a clip from a book where they said, like peace sells, but who's buying? It was about politics and stuff like that. But you can use that, like that saying, you can use it for anything, right? And in this case, I happen to, it's applicable to anything, right? So it's not just the Megadeth song. But no, marriage sells, but who's buying, right? Here's how you fix the fertility rate. You fix the marriage rate first. That's what you do, right? The whole thing is not like you're applying a fix, a monetary economic fix. Hey, I got an idea. Hey, baby, you and I, we should get married, right? Because if we get married, when we have the third kid, 5 years from now, 6 years from now, we're going to get a $25,000. What's a $25,000 tax deduction going to be worth from today's money to 6 years from now? What's the depreciation from that? You need Patrick Bet-David, and I would think that an economist of your caliber would have already figured this fucking thing out. But if you already have 3 kids, yeah, awesome, 25 grand sounds great. But if I'm just getting together and we're staying together, we have kid number 1, that's expensive. Kid number 2, that's fucking expensive too. And you know what? Fuck it, let's have a third one just so we can get that 25 grand. And we get it 6 years later. What's that? Guess what? But when you started and you got married, before you had any kids at all, 25 grand will not be worth the 25 grand 6 or 7 years from now when you have kid number 3. So let's adjust for inflation, shall we? Sounds good. He keeps going on. I'll explain the rest of it to you here as well, because I don't want to get too deep in the weeds with him. But if you have a 4th kid, then you get $50,000. And it's basically a $25,000 increments per kid, right?
Okay.
So he just keeps going up and up and up. And then the other one, finally, he says, we need to publicly recognize and praise people who have like a shit ton of kids, right? So Catholics, Mormons, Sikhs. Trying to think who else has a lot of kids, right? I love it. One of the great features of Mac OS right now is if you get a call and it's a spam, it'll show you it'll give you the translation. But anyway, so economic. Do you not think? Oh, sorry, Patrick Bet-David. I'm going to challenge you on a few things here. Do you not think that South Korea has tried this shit already? Do you think that other countries have not offered financial incentives in the form of tax cuts or whatever else for people to have more children? The problem isn't that they're not having more children. The problem is they're never getting together and marrying in the first fucking place. It's not an economics problem. It is a social fucking disease. That's what it is. Average women don't want to fuck average dudes. How do I know this? Well, guess what? I challenged Patrick Bet-David, because at the end of that video, Patrick Bet-David said, if you have ideas about how we can fix the birth rate, I want to know about them, and hit me up on the net or hit me up on whatever. So because he posted this on Twitter, I'm like, And And I got in my inbox or somebody, maybe it was on Twitter. I got DM'd this. It was a survey or a recent survey, and I might have it somewhere. I could show up I'll just tell you about it. A recent survey about how when a man earns more money or makes more money or gets a raise, that it raises the fertility of that the couple is more like a husband gets more money, is paid more money. They have, amazingly enough, they have another child, or they're more likely to have another child. So I took that study, I copy pasted it, and put it in his thread, and I go, "Hey man, I got an idea, PBD. Why don't you pay your male employees more fucking money, and that would fix the fertility rate." Here it is, black and white. I've got the stats. Give me my free book. Like, if you have a good idea, I'll send you a free book. I know it was his like auto responder, like, "Give me your shipping address." Like, so long story short, I'm happy for the effort. Good, bravo. But again, you're coming up with solutions that don't actually fix the problem. It's a Band-Aid. It's financial incentives are not going to fix the fact that average women don't want to fuck average guys. How do we know that? Well, when an average guy gets a raise from Valuetainment, he's probably going to have another kid, according to these statistics, right? So pay your male employees more than your female employees, and guess what that has the downstream effect? More babies. There you go. And here's another thing, Elon Musk, you might want to revoke the benefits of sending women who need abortions out of state and then giving them a stipend to go have the abortion in an abortion state and then coming back. That might actually increase the fertility rate, or at the very least, it's going to keep women from getting with the wrong guy, making bad reproductive choices. So every time I talk about fertility rates, and I got to mention Elon Musk, I got Elon still at Tesla and SpaceX, if you're a woman and you are working at a state that is not a quote unquote abortion state, and you need to have an abortion, you need to go to another state, they will pay for that. They will give you the stipend to go get the job done, travel benefits, whatever it is. And so until Elon Musk changes that at those companies, he can go fucking eat a dick, because all this shit about like fertility and stuff, it means nothing. It's just fucking rhetoric. But so why am I getting into this? The reason I'm getting into this is because this is the manosphere. As I said in the title today, the manosphere is unignorable. Fertility rate is one peripheral topic that we get into. That's one of those safe topics. Body count is not such a safe topic for Patrick Bet-David will not be doing any like standalone videos on body count. I'm fairly certain of that. And to my knowledge, I think I'm the only one that's done anything about the body check, or check her body. That's what they should call it, body check instead, although maybe it's a hockey site. That's not a safe topic to talk about that. Tom Bilyeu talking with his wife about Trump and his rationalizing voting for Donald Trump in the spite of all of her probably newfound followers, as a courtesy of, Tom Bilyeu's own podcast, because she's been coattailing for now. But now she's got this followership of probably mostly liberal-ish women who worry about her husband voting for Trump because he said, grab him by the pussy. Right? You guys remember that video that I just showed you guys earlier today? I thought that was sort of telling, because that's one of those manosphere topics you're not allowed to talk about. Right? Or certainly not on A-list podcasts. Steve Bartlett won't be talking about that anytime soon. Chris Williamson will still not give me and Mike the call. Right? Rachel Wilson can go on Rogan and talk about feminism. Approved. Rollo Tomassi cannot go on Joe Rogan and tell him he's a cuck. And I mean that in the definitive sense. I don't mean that, you're a cuck. I mean that in the sense that if you are a single father, you basically signed up for your own cuckoldry. Because what is the downstream? What is cuckoldry? What is the effect of cuckoldry? It is a man who is assuming the parental investment responsibilities of another dude that he had nothing to do with that woman having that kid. Here's enough. You want to increase the fertility rate? Make an incentive. How's this? Pay men more than women. That would be an incentive. Women will lose their minds if I was to say something like I knew they would if Patrick Bet David like agreed with it, right? That's as good as grabbing by the pussy, right? But what if I were to say we should pay men more than women? Why? Because it has the effect of increasing the fertility rate. Is that good enough for you, ladies? Can we do that? No, absolutely not. You can't do that. That's unfair. That's sexism. That's the gender pay gap. That's the future of your country is what that fucking is, right? Tell you what, ladies, if you don't want that to happen, then you got no right to complain about fuck all. Right? Oh, men ain't shit. Before I move on, I get jealous. I get jealousy is natural, but if jealousy is blue pill, guys game, aren't they just cucks? No. Jealousy, I think jealousy needs to be seen for what it actually is. It's a survival adaptation, or a survival behavior, instinct, I guess maybe is a better term for it. There's a reason why guys get, there's a reason why women get jealous too, right? Human beings in general, right? We get jealous. We get jealous for different reasons, but like for men it tends to be a little bit more, we got a lot more writing on jealousy than women do, because we have an uncertainty of paternity makes guys' jealousy way more violent and way more intense. Women's jealousy is oh, another bitch wants to fuck my guy. It could be complimentary, be like, oh, he's that hot. I really got with this guy, you know. But like I said, when a woman cheats, a man's like, where'd you fuck? Was it in here? Was it in the marital bed? Was it in the bathroom? Does he have a bigger dick? Did you get off? Blah, blah, blah. They want details. They want detail. I mean, women are like, why do you want? Like, have you seen those scenes with like, what is it? What is her? Fuck, what's her name? Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah.
Right? And then forget the other guy played Kylo Ren. And that one movie.
Oh, Marriage Story.
Yeah, they find out they
like
cheated, and where was it? Why are you torturing me with all of this? Why do you want to know? Because I want to know that the kid that comes out of your cooter is mine or not. That's why. Because I ain't paying for shit. Oh, really? You're worried about that? Yes, we are. Okay, we're going to change the laws so you can't worry about that. That's a problem. That's gynocentrism right there. Yeah. Oh, you want to what? You don't trust me? I got to swab the cheek of our kid just to make sure that, you know, the kid's actually mine. How about this? Here's another thing, Patrick Bet David. You want to increase the fertility rate, or at least have sort of a chilling effect, or maybe a warming effect for them? Make mandatory DNA tests at birth. Do it. We really have to start. I'll tell you right now, Scandinavian countries really should start doing that. Mm-hmm. Because they have like unregulated sperm donors, and you're going to have 200 women choosing the same guy, and the guy has a genetic marker for cancer. It's a true story. If we had some sort of regulation over that, like, but he's so hot. I want his sperm. I want his kids, right? Yeah, you want his kids' proclivity for cancer too, is what you want, right? But they don't know that. I would guarantee you that they're not picking that guy because he's like got a 160 IQ and is an astrophysicist or is a high-powered attorney or something in Stockholm, Sweden, or some shit like that. He's a hot water polo player or something. Like, he's like a hot guy. That's why they want to be inseminated by hot dude, and have been for at least 200 women. So go figure. They can't all be wrong. Does a man have to be a little bit of a simp within a relationship to maintain it? Oh boy, are you ever going to love my Substack that is publishing tomorrow at 8:01 a.m. Pacific time. I talk about exactly that. I've been meaning to write this post for a long time, and it took me a week and a half to craft it together. I put out other posts in the meantime, obviously, but I really wanted to make this one post impactful and significant. And so it's coming out tomorrow, and it's about masculine, quote unquote, masculine duty. Okay. And how it relates with what you just said, which is, don't you have to be a little bit of a simp? According to Tristan Tate, everyone is a simp. I am. Kylo Ren is. Yeah. We're all fucking simps. Every man is a simp, because women cannot possibly reciprocate an equal exchange of value with a man. It cannot happen, because men will have evolved to sacrifice themselves and to die for women. It is part of our evolutionary firmware. I mean, we can resist it for sure, but it is our instinct to put ourselves between women we don't know and live ammunition in a mass shooting event, right? It is, go to any, and so I pair this up, of course, I don't want to give this away, but I pair that up with quote unquote ethical and moral Christian masculine duty. What is that? Be self-sacrificial. Sacrifice, it's what I call the sacrifice paradigm. The sacrifice, like men have to sacrifice. Men must become, women just are, as I said before. Men have to sacrifice their, at the ultimate, they have to sacrifice their lives for their wife, their girlfriend, hell, women that they don't even fucking know. They will do it, and they won't be able to tell you why they did it, because there is a root level, lizard brain, hind brain, instinct, limbic level impulse to, sperm is cheap and eggs are expensive, and women are the incubators of the next generation. So we have to, it's you could call it kin altruism, you call it whatever the fuck you want to call it, but men are expected to die for women. That's why we have selective services, and women don't have to sign up for selective services. Do they have to in other countries? Yes, absolutely they do. But from an evolutionary level, we expect men to take it on the chin. We expect men to suffer. We expect men to suffer for women, suffer for the family, suffer for their children, suffer for them for their own advancement, obviously. But we expect this sacrificial nature from men, whether that's sacrificing his life, his time, his energy, his investment, whatever it is. I don't care if you call yourself a servant leader, right? It's the sacrifice paradigm is the idea that men are, you say disposable, are sacrificial. Men must die for women. Evolutionarily speaking, there is an evolutionary impulse. This is what I call the male protector dynamic. Must die for women. If that is the case, if that is the operative state of men and women together, if I'm going to do like me without even thinking, like I'm just going to click, default to my original coding, right? And jump in front of a bullet, because in Aurora, Colorado, when James Holmes opens fire on everybody, right? If my instinct is to do that and take a bullet for somebody, that, guess what? Ladies, there's nothing you possess. There's no quality. There is no, I got my own nail shop. I got a muffin store. I'll take care of I can cook. I can clean. All that shit makes no difference if I have to give my life for you. If I have to die and you get to live, guess what? There will never be an equal exchange of value. So the entire Substack essay, it's 1,800 words. It's not that big, but I feel like I did a really good job on it. But I explain it in comparison to what I also call the egalitarian or the equalism paradigm. Women want to live in an equalist paradigm, but they want the benefits of the male sacrificial paradigm. So women don't want you to open the doors for them, right? They don't want you to pay for the dates, but they kind of do, right? They still do. But if you do, that's you being old school. You're a fine Southern gentleman like Justin Weller. So that's, by the way, I write about this stuff all the time. I goof off on here. I might fuck around on Access Vegas, but when you want to get down to brass tacks, you go and subscribe to my Substack right now. You can get the link down there below. I think it's like the second or third one down. But I go into great detail about this, and I think I'm pretty spot on. Now, if you read that and you go, "Oh, Rollo, fuck you, take that beanie off, go fuck yourself," right? But like, if you want to tell me why you think I'm wrong or why you think I'm right, or if there's something I'm missing, I want to know about that. That's the red pill. It is written in pencil. It is not written in pen. It's not chiseled out in the stone tablets from Mount Sinai. It's not set in stone. Okay. Something happens that you think I didn't think of something, I want to know about, especially on this topic too, right? Because there's no possible way. And so men will always, to answer your question, men will always simp for women. There's no way. So here's the thing. So Rollo, how do I deal with this? You pull your head out of your ass and don't expect to have a relationship with a woman in an egalitarian paradigm. That's how you do it. You don't expect equalism, and just live your life like that. Right? I don't care if you think I'm a patriarchal son of a bitch for opening your fucking door. That's what you want me to do anyways, because in a sacrificial paradigm, that's a small act of sacrifice. Opening the door, right? Paying for the Paying for the date, paying for the food. That's a small act of sacrifice. Selective services, that's a much larger act of sacrifice, right? And women, you don't have to do it. There's a lot of when we talk about like double standards, like women think they own that term. Double standards, yeah. Man, how come guys can sleep around and they're superheroes? And if I do, I'm a slut. Because that's the sacrificial paradigm. That's the way things really work. Sorry, sometimes reality is sexist, right? But I got to die for you. Yeah. Here's a really, this double standard really sucks. I will unconsciously put myself bodily in front of live ammunition for you. Right? Or like hybristophilia. Hybristophilia, ladies. I've been fighting this one for a while. I have a video, and I'm not going to play it because the background music will give me a copyright strike. But I have this video of, actually, you know what? I'm going to play it, but I'll make it silent so you guys can see what I'm talking about. It's too good not to put in today's show. Okay. I gotta mute this like immediately, but there you go. I probably got a strike right there. This, by the way, hold on. Let me put this back up here again. This, read the caption here really quickly. This is the moment a female probation officer kisses her convicted murderer lover. Let me explain something to you. Prison video shows Bethany Dent Reynolds hugging and kissing this dude. Right? 8-month jail sentence. Oh, she got an 8-month jail sentence for doing this. She went to jail for doing this, for fraternizing with the dude. Isn't it great that we live in the era where we have the hidden cameras everywhere? Right. Yeah. So, by the way, whenever anybody wants to fight me on hybristophilia, they go, well, you know, Luigi's a good-looking dude. That's why girls like him. I'm like, have you seen James Holmes? He looks like the Riddler. Or this guy. It's not just like teenage fan clubs for the Boston Marathon bomber, right? Or Nicholas Cruz or whoever, or Anders Breivik or Richard Ramirez, right? Jeffrey Dahmer and what's the other guy? Ted Bundy.
Ted Bundy.
Were they both good looking, or was only one of them good looking?
I think both were.
Which one did Zac Efron play?
For sure,
was it Ted Bundy or Jeffrey Dahmer?
That was Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, yeah. Okay, I'm looking.
This is the.
Yeah, put him up. Put that on the screen real quick. He's not a bad looking dude, I guess. I don't know. Back in in the 90s, right? 80s and 90s. There you go. Yeah. I mean, he's 74 and 78. Oh, okay. So it was okay. But that's when he was active, right? But yeah, I mean, he had a teenage fan club. So did Richard Ramirez. Well, yeah, I could sort of see Richard Ramirez. Hell, even Manson had and not Marilyn Manson. And Manson had a teenage fan club too. But that's, people say, oh, he's good looking. Well, then explain to me, like, all the prison guards, like, fucking the inmate. They can't all be good looking, okay? or the FBI agent who basically left her military husband so she could go shack up and be one of the wives of, like, this one, like, Middle Eastern warlord. True story. Yeah. Oh, Zach played Ted Bundy. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you for that. Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy was better looking than Jeffrey Dahmer. All right. You got me. You win. So, anyways, yeah. So, but when I start talking about like, just hybristophilia, that's one of those topics you don't get on Patrick Bet David doesn't talk about that for sure. You don't get that on Chris Williamson because it's unignorable. You see me talk about it all the time on Twitter. I talk about it on this show. I actually talk about it on Instagram occasionally too. But the topics that I talk about, even the topics that we talk about on Access Vegas, we will come up with stat. Hell, Mike is a consummate statistician. I don't think a lot of people realize or appreciate the fact that me and Mike are like texting each other like daily. I probably talked to him like twice already today. And it's because we found something cool, right? Like, hey, read this. What do you think about this? Of course, it has been Iran getting bombed lately, but like, I mean, we talk about other shit. So that's kind of like, he's like my brother almost. Like we have this, well, I mean, I guess he'd be my junior brother, but he's we have this kind of relationship where we bounce ideas off of each other, and that's kind of like our mutually shared interest that we do every day. And so we use those stats and everything. And I think what's funny is I think a lot of people in the mainstream, for what it's worth, don't want to talk to us because I think they're afraid that people will like us. And Mike said this before. The reason why we can't get on Chris Williamson or on Steve Bartlett or any of these other guys is not because they think they'll lose half their audience. It's they're worried that their audience will like us. That's why. And wonder why that we haven't been on already. So we're going to go back on Fresh and Fit on those bro podcasts, Lauren. Or we'll probably go on the Danza Project when we're in Miami too. So anyways, so that's that. I have something else to opine about, and it's on topic. Actually, before I do that, where are we at? We're at the 220 mark. I've got to play this because this is the segue into the main stuff that I want to get into today. Anybody seen the Netflix trailer for the MANOSPHERE documentary?
I haven't seen it.
No? Well, you're about to.
Ooh.
No, it's not it. Hang on. One more. Oh, I got to back out one folder. Right. Where did you go? God, anybody see Tucker Carlson and what's her face? Megyn Kelly. That was a clusterfuck. Where did I put that? I know I have it somewhere here. Oh, maybe it's an intro. Hang on. Where did you go? Oh, it's here somewhere. No, I'll just do it the hard way. Here we go. All right, here we go. No, that's shit. This is one I want to show, but it's not 10 minutes a day. No. Oh, there. Okay, shit. That's why I was looking for Netflix in the file name. It's not. It's Louis Theroux. That's what threw me off. So this is Louis Theroux's new documentary. And by the way, Mike and I actually did a documentary. It's called Lonely Fans, which you won't see on Netflix, which is a much better series than this. I can 100% guarantee you. So let's look at this.
You train a little bit earlier in the day. I like to start my day off working out, doing hard things. Who are you talking to? What, do I not talk to this? Don't talk to him. Talk to you.
We're not on social media now.
Okay. That's the deadpan humor that Louis Theroux actually basically uses to school you. Okay. The very fact that he's like looking at the camera and like talking to the camera, why wouldn't that be what he does? It's, oh, you're supposed to talk to me. Okay. What, are we on commercial television? Well, he's used to talking to a camera, right? Yeah. You look into it, how I look into it. I'm talking to a camera right fucking now, right? It's so funny that's what you're going to talk. That's the preview. That's the preview. They don't even launch into the whole trailer here.
What would you say is the message?
I coach boys how to make money.
Wow, this is a nice spot.
How to be outside the system. How to be proper guys.
Shut up or nut up. Would you see me that way? Did you look at my arms?
The stature's not saying too much.
See how he's goofing? Mm-hmm. He's like, it's self-deprecating humor, but it's not. It's goofing on him. Because what's he doing? He's mugging. Who's playing to the fucking camera right there? Louis Theroux is fucking playing to the camera. You're supposed to talk to each other. Fuck you. What are you doing? Are you looking at the camera, posing for the camera all of a sudden? It's like breaking down the third wall. Mm-hmm. That's what I do all the time. That's what everybody does all the time. Stupid ass. That's what he did right there. But the thing is like they want to do this Manosphere thing, and everybody's going to say, "Oh, Rollo, you're just mad because he didn't call you." No, but the Lonely Fans did. Rock, certainly, the guy who's the director. This guy's name is Rock. He's the guy that did the Lonely Fans stuff that me and Mike did. And Unfortunately,
What are you going to do about it? I'll suck his dick.
Sadia Khan was involved in that too, but that was before she flamed out. And in my defense, in Mike's defense, that was before Sadia fucked up. Which I think, by the way, the OnlyFans movie is. I think a lot of people will get more out of OnlyFans than they will out of this. This is just an entertainment. It's just gonna be funny and goofing on it. OnlyFans is about OnlyFans and how dangerous it is to society. That's the documentary Netflix passed on, but they did go after this one.
I was entering.
Does anybody know who that guy is with the sunglasses?
Talkie.
Oh, Tiki Talkie. Yeah. He's the guy that like beat up fucking Zerka.
Zerka, yeah, it's in Miami.
I wonder if Zerka's like, oh man, I can't believe they got that guy.
They got him.
I still think that fight was staged, but yeah. So that's HS Tiki Talkie. Okay.
Yeah.
Is he actually British? Does he have that accent, or is he trying to really hard to be Tate?
Something like that. I'm not even.
They couldn't get Tate, so they settled for HS Tiki Talkie. Okay. Do what you got to do.
The Manosphere, a wild frontier of streamers whose behavior is reshaping the culture.
People ask me. So you got this weesh kind of white bread, old guy, okay, boomer. Like that's the character he's playing. Just so everybody knows, that's the character.
Why Miami? And I tell him because if it was 120 years ago, I'd be on a horse on the way to California to dig for gold.
Like, really? Who says this? I'm normal. He's not. That's the message you're supposed to get from that.
Whose appeal has proved irresistible to hordes of young fans. 15 is probably like your main demographic.
No, it isn't.
They hear that content, they think it's acceptable.
Fuck the woman! Fuck the woman!
What have I done? I'm doing it for money. I don't care about
the morality of it.
I'm not living for other people. I'm living for myself.
I wonder if he had interviewed people with a little bit more substance to them, if people would have a different opinion of what the fucking Manosphere is about. Or how did the Manosphere get to the point where these guys, like I said, the Manosphere is unignorable. Who built the Manosphere before these guys arrived? Because it's been around for way longer than HS Tiki Talkie. How old is HS Tiki Talkie?
Like 25 or something?
25.
26.
He was a multi-celled organism when I started writing. He was
24.
24, or literally 1 year old when I first started. When I was so suave at the very least. Brah, I looked through my junk folder here and I'm not finding the invite from Louis Theroux. It's still not, it's just not coming up.
The mother of my children, she doesn't talk to other men.
We don't cross into each other's lane.
Okay, that is Kristen. They're probably going to introduce. I'm not giving this away because she's now public knowledge. She and my wife are really good friends. Just letting you all know, because the Justin Waller and the Wallers are very good friends of the Tomasis. Just say that. We exchange Christmas cards and everything, right? This is the first time I've ever seen her. My wife has only ever once been on an episode of Access Vegas. I challenge you. It was last year. Like for 15 seconds. Not even that.
Stings, huh? You seem upset by it. You seem upset by it.
You're not normal. A cue nervous laugh. He's just what Justin is probably describing to him right there as Stings is his arrangement with Kristen, right? He's effectively married. He's got 2 daughters. He had just had just recently, back in December, he had a kid. He had a son finally, right? Bravo, congratulations, right? I think I announced that on here. But he's essentially saying, look, it's open on my end, and it's closed on her end. We've talked. How many times have I used that as an example, right? On Access Vegas. Same with Mike. Mike's closed on some other girl, so I'm not going to name names because we haven't gone official with that yet, but on his significant other, his girlfriend, his partner, and open on his, closed on my end, closed on Miss Tomasi's end, and then we have the Destiny model, open on everybody's end. Literally open on his end. His end is open, wide open.
Wide.
And then the most common, which is open on her end and closed on his end, but he thinks it's closed on both their ends. Yeah. So, That one, like me, that breakdown that I gave you there inside of 1 minute, that's not in the Manosphere movie. Guarantee you that.
Do you consider yourself a misogynist?
I love women and I actually understand them.
You think you know better than they do?
They want a guy that can lead them and dominate them.
Did you get the music?
Suspense, pushing in, anxiety.
It's like the Baby Elephant song from the circus.
Dumbo.
You know, like it. Of course, that's probably the Addams Family, but that awkward pregnant silence. Oh, raise your eyebrows. Trust me, this is class. This is videography. This is edited. This is cinematography at its finest.
Got anything to say to the live, though?
Not really. Do you think Satanists are running the world?
Absolutely.
They talk about misinformation on the internet. This is what they're talking about.
There you go. Look, I'm normal, and he's making a stupid face because he believes Satanists run the world.
I'm raw. I'm not a puppet. I'm not controlled. I don't do this bullshit editing that you guys do because I'm real.
Are you getting triggered?
Of course, every clip and every scene in that trailer is exactly what he just said. The irony is lost on no one. I cannot wait. I know. So I put this out here. Rolo, why are you even talking about this? Why is this important? I get that so much from Archwinger and from Aaron Clary and all these old guys. Like, who's HS Tiki-Taki? I know. I only knew HS Tiki-Taki because I know he beat up Zerka, right? Yeah. And I happened to be there or like in Miami when that happened. Who's John Zerka? Like people don't even know who Zerka is anymore. TV material TV material that Paul fight back was in the same way to mock the perspective. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. Right? This whole thing is meant to be a mockery. It's to mock this. I can't believe anyone would believe okay. Here's my prediction. At the end of the Manosphere documentary, which I'm going to have to watch now, just like I had to watch all those fucking adolescent shows. But what is it about March that like Netflix has to throw out like, this is why you guys suck, you know? And it's adolescence. That March of last year, adolescence. Now we got the Manosphere movie, and I guarantee you, 100% guarantee you, that Ali Voss chick's going to talk about it, right? Brett Cooper's going to talk about it. Matt Walsh will talk about it. They'll probably already have the fucking episode written for it already if they haven't got an advanced screening of it, right? You can bet damn well that you're going to get, it's going to make the rounds. Mm-hmm. It'll be on Chris Williamson. It'll be on Tucker Carlson. We'll talk about it. The only thing they won't talk about is Rollo Tomasi and Mike Sartain being on the Lonely Fans movie, which I think is much more impactful, has much more to do with, like, you want to talk about the downfall of the fall of Western civilization part 3? You know that movie? OnlyFans, Lonely Fans. I didn't freeze my ass up in the middle of that fucking desert in that front of that Camaro for nothing, man. You better watch that fucking movie. Much more significant, much more impactful, much more, substantive a movie than this, or a documentary than this. But no one's going to see it. Because it's off limits. It's okay. You know what is in limits? Remember we were talking about how like it's okay for like mainstream A-listers to go and talk about red pill topics. They can mock HS Tiki-Taki, who is just basically the understudy for Andrew Tate, right? Because he kind of looks like him. He has that British accent. He seems like an idiot that you can like make fun of. You can make it. This is what they like to do, and this is classic Louis Theroux. Right? This guy thinks he's hot shit, but I'm going to make him look like an idiot, and he's not going to know that I'm making him look like an idiot, right? And that's the inside joke. Look, he's an idiot. He doesn't know he's being made fun of. He doesn't know that he's being made a mockery of. They don't know that. Right? At least, and maybe they do, but they're going to edit the documentary so it seems like they don't, right? Because that's the fun. It's an archetype. It's a stereotype. It's classic humor. It's especially British humor, for fuck's sake. It's like Benny Hill and fucking, Monty Python, man. That's it. That's what it is. Thank you. Yeah. We're busy writing books. We're busy doing we're busy writing Substack. That's what real Manosphere people are doing. We're busy reading Invincible comic books and talking about Warhammer. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Anyway, so I figured I'd show you that before I jumped into this, because this is, where did it go? All right. this video, you guys have been telling me to watch this guy. So I did. I started subscribing to this dude. And I actually wasn't going to get too deep in the weeds with this topic, but I decided to change actually the direction of the show after this got dropped. This got dropped probably half an hour before I got in the car to drive here. So I'm going to throw this out here, and it gets a little repetitive, so forgive me if I scrub through this. But
Tradcons, the Manosphere, or even many Christians, it seems like just about every faction today has a pill that they believe holds the answer to the dating and marriage crisis going on right now. And yet, things continue to get worse for all of them.
I forget the dude's name now. Fuck. Somebody in the chat, tell me what this guy's name is. I don't want to do him dirty.
I have a theory about why this is. The reason no one has solved this yet is that no one has correctly identified the real cause. Now, granted, it seems like everybody has at least a piece of the issue in mind, but it doesn't seem like anybody's spotted the whole elephant yet.
Peter, the
Elephant.
here.
So before we go any further trying to solve this ourselves, we need to make sure that we're actually solving for the right thing. Now, today, there are 4 main views of looking at this. We're going to look at each of them, the one thing they all have in common, why that one thing has stopped all of them from solving anything, and at the end, I'm going to present a 5th option for us to consider.
Okay, so first off, I'm going to have to scrub through this because it's a pretty long video. It's about half an hour long. He's going to go through the trad pill, Tradcons. That'll be where he starts. Then he'll get to the red pill, or what he thinks the red pill is. Then he'll get to the black pill doomers. And then the God pill, which I don't know how we separate that from the trad pill, but maybe we do. I think he means more like in the sense of like the church, right? Whereas traditional conservatives, I think maybe he's like thinking of that in terms of like vote Republican. You know, you can still be Nick Fuentes, not go to church and be a Tradcon, I guess. So according to him, but again, I like this guy and I like his breakdown because I think people are going to think, oh, you're shitting on him. I don't actually. I think he gets a lot of the diagnosis correct. I think he doesn't understand the red pill at all. Not in its entirety. I mean, sort of he does. I'm going to just say this right before, because I kind of have to put a caveat out here. I think he would really, and I mean this in all sincerity. I'm taking my dick hat off and I'm going to put my cool hat on right now. I say this in all sincerity is that I forget the dude's name. Somebody effective something. What's his name? Whatever your name is. Read my book, The Rational Male Religion. You will get so much out of that book. And remember, I started writing that book in 2017 and I published it in 2021. So it was about 3 years that I did the research for it. I did the interviews for it. It is the most heavily sources cited book. It is the most comprehensive book I've ever, and I wrote it all from scratch. It's not like, previous, essays or anything like that. It was a tough fucking slog that took me 3 years. I had to stop drinking because I wanted to fucking make sure that book was what I wanted it to be. I think if he would read The Rational Male Religion, he would certainly would understand the God pill section that he's talking about here more. And I think he would have a better respect for the red pill, because the red pill is not about religion. It's a-religious, it's a-racial, it's it's not ethno-nationalism. It's meant to be just sort of feeling neutral, right? It's unconcerned with morals. It's unconcerned with ethics. It's unconcerned with your personal opinions. It's unconcerned with politics. It's unconcerned with any of that stuff. It is just fucking data. And what you do with that ends up being best practices. So as you might guess, I'm just going to say right out from the jump, when he's talking about the trad pill, when he's talking about the black pill, when he's talking about the God pill, you got to understand that all of those are best practices. He wants the red pill to be a practice too. It's not. Not in its most ideal, purest, form. Okay. Do people take it and try to turn it into yes, absolutely. It's a philosophy. No, it's not. And I will die on that fucking hill. But in its purest form, it's a praxeology, and it is just straight data, and it's with the intent of understanding male nature, female nature. It's the praxeology of intersexual dynamics. And anything beyond that, it's a tool. You're right, correct. It is a tool. It is raw data, and it's meant to educate, and it's meant to inform, educate, and to equip you with the tools that you need, or the direction you need for you individually as a guy. It is not 12 rules for life. It is not the 7 hot tips to fuck this girl. It is just about the data in its most pure form. Now, do people take it, and does HS Tiki-Taki run with it, or does Myron run with it? Yeah, absolutely. Those are practices. The red pill is the theory. The red pill is the thought behind it. Game, black pill, trad pill, God pill, MGTOW, MRA, pickup artist, all of those are practices. We've got this great data. What are we going to do with that fucking data? That's what it boils down to. Let me keep going with this guy here.
One that, to me, stands head and shoulders above the rest of them as the most obvious description of the cause, and it presents the most obvious solution. It's a solution so simple that many of you will hear it and go, oh, yeah.
No, it's so simple that it is just subjective and stupid is what it is. But I'll let him continue. I'm going to scrub a little bit further here because it's
duh. Yeah. Of course it's that. Pill and the black pill without ever truly considering their viewpoint. For example, when Michael Knowles was interviewing Pearl, he pretty much just attacked every word out of her mouth.
Okay. The fact that you're using Pearl as an example here leads me to believe you don't know what you're fucking talking about.
Even when she was just relaying truthful information. To him, it wasn't about finding the truth. It was about deleting the narrative. Now, there is overwhelming evidence at this point that things have changed. In fact, they've gotten so much worse, so fast, that you don't even have to be that old to be completely out of touch now. And let's use an illustration to kind of show what's going on here. We're going to carry this illustration for the rest of the video. Imagine you have a section of terrain that men have to navigate across in order to successfully date.
Okay, pay attention to this because he's basically equating this to the modern dating landscape.
Date women, get married, and keep that relationship alive. For the older guys who've already crossed most of that terrain, it wasn't that terrible. It was rocky and bumpy in some places, but it wasn't really all that dangerous. So that's how they remember it.
No, let me explain to you how us old guys remember it. I get this all the time because as you might guess, here's what he's going to say is, the subsequent generations from, let's just say, the boomers or Gen X or even probably the early millennials, right? You guys had it easy. Like you didn't have to worry about Hinge or Bumble or Tinder. You guys have it easy, right? No, we had it harder than you actually, because we had to do everything analog. Do you understand how many, I've said this so many times, how many social skills I had to develop in the clubs and Hollywood, right? Do you have any idea? There was no red pill. There was no rational male. There was no books that you could read anything about. There were no gurus. There were no Mike Sartains. There were no Men of Action or Reignites. There was no Myron Gaines. There was nothing. We had nothing at all. We had to figure shit out. And you know what? You know what didn't change? All the shit that we know about today. None of that was there. Like case in point. I laugh. This is a joke, but it has a kernel of seriousness to it. Okay, when I tell you guys you can't listen to 80s power ballads anymore, why? Because it's your red pill now. You go, oh my god, it's so great! I can't believe we listened to Journey, right? Or REO Speedwagon. Heard it from a friend. Yeah. Like you can't you'll still sing along because they're catchy, but the words are like, oh my god, this is what they really thought, right? We didn't know. We were completely ignorant, right? And then, so the landscape was just as rocky and just as bad then. I mean, sure, shit had changed, but women's nature and men's nature were still the same. We just had to figure it out on the fly. We didn't have cell phones. We had to figure it out on the fly. We had MTV, and it sucked even back then too. We had cable TV, man. I had a landline until I was freaking, 1997, right? And then, so if you look back at those times, man, where he's talking about here, things are, because I get this all the time. It was so easy for you. Rolo, when you met your wife, it wasn't the way things are right now. Yeah, but her female nature is exactly the same as it is now, as it was 100 years ago, as it was 200,000 years ago, right? Yeah, the context changes. Does the landscape change? Yeah, but I will say, I'll give you this. Globalization of the sexual marketplace wasn't what it is today. Definitely. So you get a mark for that, Gen Z and late millennials. But I can tell you, look, remember when I keep telling you guys, like, if you watch Friends, reruns of Friends with the red pill lens, or Seinfeld, or like Kramer, or what's
Everyone Loves Raymond.
Everyone Loves Raymond, or Frasier, and name any popular sitcom of that time, and you'll see the laugh. There's a laugh, like people don't even know what a laugh track is. Right? A laugh track of these jokes, and you're like, that's horrifying. Remember when Rachel and Ross go on the break? Mm-hmm. Now, if you're 30 and I'm 30 and we're still single, then we can get together and get married. What the bitch?
Great.
Fuck you. Like today, that's a TikTok. That's a 45-second TikTok video. And you're like, can you believe these delusional women? Well, Rachel did it to Ross back in 1996, man. It got a laugh. Yeah. So we just didn't know any better. In fact, that's the funny thing is when people go and watch like Mrs. Doubtfire, that's a horror movie. It's a horror movie. It's not a comedy. And it gets even worse when you know that it was Robin Williams who played the lead role, who offed himself because of that shit, right? Like we didn't know. We had no idea. Like especially guys had no idea what the game was. And we gradually, into the 2000s and things developed, yes, but was it easier? Probably in some respects, but you got to remember a lot of that gets sort of, marked out because we were just oblivious to it. So it might have seemed really super fucking easy back then. It was just because we just didn't know any better.
But then imagine that after they crossed it, a war happened, and that terrain got absolutely destroyed. Now there are poison gas clouds, radiation zones, craters, minefields, roving bandits, and mud pits that will swallow a man whole.
That's the modern dating landscape. I just want you to know, this is his allegory or his metaphor for modern dating, which is a landscape that has been just destroyed by war and toxic gas. I love the adjectives. Very A+ for your vocabulary.
Most of that stuff was not there 10 plus years ago. So when the older guys see these younger men hesitating and saying, hey, these red and black pill guys came along and they gave me a map of that terrain out there that I'm supposed to cross. And yeah, it looks stupidly dangerous. And it also doesn't look like there's much of a reward on the other side. So
they're correct that this is most definitely the dynamic. He does get this right, okay? Because guys are looking at this and they're going, holy shit. What they don't understand is that the idea or the idea that guys need to fucking man up or sack up or go out there, put yourself out there, go back into go across that terrain, right? Where that he calls the dating. It's, first of all, it's not, it might be, he might be exaggerating a little bit there, but the thing is that's the way they see it. So it doesn't matter whether it really is or it isn't. The Gen Z is going to say, no, the juice is not worth the squeeze.
Relative perception.
Yes, relative perception. That's why when Mike calls his group Men of Action, people go, what, I actually have to do something? It's not men of reading all the time. It's not men of read the Rational Man. It's not men of, sit at home and play video games all the time. It's men of action. And so there has to be at least some point where some guy who's as old as me or as old as Mike or as young, sometimes younger, right? Yeah, I know guys in their 30s and their 40s who they take it upon themselves to sort of try to motivate guys, right? That's all you hear from the trad cons as it is, right? That is definitely their key message. Get out there and just, of course, they want you to sacrifice yourself. I'm not going to tell you to do that because that's not a red pill thing. But I understand. I do understand the sentiment. But at what point do you go, you know what? You're a pussy and get out there and fucking do it. I had to go out there. I'm probably going to date. I'm going to sound like fucking Aaron Clary right now. If I wanted to get laid, I didn't have I didn't have 24-hour 4K streaming pornography that I could have for free delivered to my phone anytime I wanted it, right? If you wanted porn in the early 90s, you had to like figure out how to hack Spice Channel.
True.
And that was softcore porn.
This is where we argue whether that was a net benefit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether having access to that porn at a younger age or however would be a net benefit comparative to just being more reserved and having to work for it.
Right. Well, so that's my point is, and I think this is really more the operative. I think what he's trying to say here, and to an extent, I kind of agree, but I don't think it's complete. I understand why Gen Z would be resistant to listening to any advice, because I sure as fuck wouldn't have listened to him back then. Would listen to any advice from guys about, hey, get out there, go do it, right? It's dangerous, but go ahead and do it anyways, right? Yeah. First of all, I don't necessarily agree with his landscape scenario entirely, but that's the way they see it. That's the way they perceive it. So I'm just going to go with it. But the thing is like when boomers and Xers and early millennials, well, not so much the late millennials, but certainly, halfway through the millennial generation, if we wanted to fuck, we had to go where we could find people to fuck. That's what we did, right? You want to know why remember how I always Rollo's talking about his rock star 20s again. Yeah, you know why I went out there? It sure as shit wasn't for the money. I sold t-shirts occasionally. I did flyers for other bands. I feel like printed flyers. I did flyers for other bands. If you wanted to cut a 4-song demo that would be recorded to a cassette tape, not a CD, you had to scrape up $800 or $1,000 so you could get you could get recording time in a studio, and you better know all your shit when you go in there because you're on the clock the moment you walk in the door, right? And so if you wanted to be able to do those kinds of things, have a demo, go out and play, because you needed that so you could go, here's the manager of the Troubadour or somebody who's booking shows or whatever, Roxy, Gazzari's, which is gone now, which is a tragedy. You go to any of these clubs, you still had to have your shit fucking together. And you know why? It wasn't because you were making money. It wasn't even the $50 bar tab. There was pussy there. That's why you would do it. That's where the motivate go. There is a great, it's a documentary movie. Have you ever seen the rise of West or the fall of Western civilization part 1 and part 2?
Seen part 1.
Part 1 is the punk rock one. The rise and fall is it rise and fall of Western civilization part 2 is the metal years. And I love that one because that's where yours truly was involved. I was right there when all that shit was going down, right? And if you want a good, like just sort of an overview of what was going on at those clubs and everything else, if you imagine the amount of money, the amount of shit you had to have together to even just get on stage at Gazzari's or the Roxy, you, after a while, the pay-to-play scene really ruined everything because anybody could do it. But like before all that, you had to know your shit. You had to know somebody. You had to be really super invested in it. And guess what? No return on investment. Absolutely none. Very few bands. The bands that you see in that documentary, Poison, I think, is the only one you would know, right? There were so many bands that they would go through, and they went through band after band. They actually had a member from each band that they were doing the interview, and they went da da da, and they just machine gun through all these band names, right? You had to have something else going for you, and the motivation for you to do it was, hey, I'm going to be a rock star. I'm going to tour the world, because back then music industry was way different. I'm going to make some money. I'm going to have a double platinum album. I'm going to get on stage, and new girls want to suck my dick every night. Right? That was the motivation. I can tell you right now, that was my motivation. I didn't care if we played at some, podunk, no name club in, Azusa. If chicks were there, I was going to, hey, let's book a show. Right? Because we wanted to get laid. And I tell you, the thing is like we had to work for it. If you wanted to get laid, you had to go where the chicks were going to go. And the girls were going to go there. They were going to go to the mall. They were going to go to clubs, which were different then, right? They were going to go to different places. I think what's tragic is like I met my wife at a gig, which is where Tradcons and God Pill people, you'll never find a quality woman at a gig. I met the BPD insane girl at the college bookstore, which is where you're supposed to meet like quality women. So go fuck yourself. So did things dramatically change and from 1993 to now? Yeah, contextually for sure. I won't deny that they have. But the thing is, and I think this has been sort of a universal truth for human beings as it is. If you wanted to eat, you had to hunt.
Mhm.
If you or collect or gather, right?
Yeah.
You know, if you wanted to eat, if you wanted to be warm, you had to skin the animal and make clothes out of it. If you wanted to, have a house and stay out of the rain, you had to learn how to make a fucking house, right? Or you had to learn how to fish. You had to learn how to do these things. To get what you needed, you had to learn how to. There was some work involved. There was some performance involved, right? If you wanted to fuck in the late 80s and early 90s, you had to pay to play at La Papillons in Monrovia. You had to play the troubadour in Hollywood, right? And you had to go where the pussy is. To this day, I'll tell guys, you got to go fish where the fish are. So that, I think, is more of a dynamic between the older generations and the younger generations, because you still have to make an effort. You be careful, equip yourself, have some, caution about stuff. Sure. Put on your flak jacket, understand where the enemy's done, right? Go through the minefield, whatever, however you think it's going to go down. Be equipped, be intelligent, be educated, adapt, improvise, all this other good shit. I'll be happy to help the younger generation with that. But don't tell me you're not going to get up and go and do anything, right? That's not.
Doesn't look like a great idea. The older guys react by saying, "Oh, no, that's bullpucky. You guys are just being too soft. Don't look at that map. That one's ugly and gross. Here, look at this map of how things were back when we crossed over. See, doesn't that look a lot nicer? Now quit being such a coward and go do it already."
I would say that is primarily the trad pill and the God pill, giving everyone that message. Okay, it's not even a generational thing. I sure as shit would never tell you. I don't think I ever have. I mean, I wrote the Rational Male so you wouldn't have to do that. But I do. But I understand what you're saying, because I get this all the time. Oh, Rollo, things were different when you were younger. Yeah, but women are still women and men are still men, and you still have. If you want to eat, you're gonna have to fucking hunt. However, that hunt, it might be harder to hunt now, but you still gotta fucking hunt. And that doesn't mean like, oh, get off your ass. I'm not going to call you lazy and stupid and everything. If you want to opt out of the game, be my guest. But you will only get what you have gotten if you keep doing what you have done. Guess what? The landscape sucks. Didn't look too good when I was in it too, but I still went out there, and maybe it was easier for me back then. But I'll tell you this: it wasn't just like, oh, your pussy just fell in your fucking lap,
Now, their map is a lot prettier, but it's not accurate to the terrain anymore. You can probably guess how that works out for most of the guys, except for a lucky few. I understand the urgency that they have about this, because as they see it, if men don't cross that terrain and get married and have kids, society will collapse.
Okay, that is your major failing right there. Intent. You're dating to save Western fucking civilization? Really? Patrick. Now, you know why I got into Patrick Bet David, right? We need to raise the fertility rates. Why? Because all of this shit falls apart if we don't raise the fertility rate. So we need to give married couples who have 3 kids a tax break. Well, how about this, Patrick? You pay men more than women like we used to. Why don't we go back to that scenario again? That model, it seemed to be working pretty well. No, they won't touch that. The other thing that they're not going to touch is that marriage should never be in my opinion, especially because the way marriage is now. You want to talk about a minefield? You want to talk about the war zone of the dating space? It pales in comparison to the war zone of getting divorced. Just ask Jim Sexton. Just ask half of my guys in Reignite. You want craters and toxic gas and radiation? Try getting divorced. Right. So how about this? How about, what we need to fix the problem? Okay, well, we could do something called marriage reform, or we can certainly be prepared for that. But you know what we don't need to do? We don't need to use marriage as a litmus test for what the sexual marketplace has become. Those things need to be separate. And I understand Christian guys, God pill guys, trad pill guys, they're dating with intent, court your wife, right? How about this? How about you just have a good time with a woman? How about we start there?
How about we just go, you know what? I'm going on a date with a hot piece of ass. I might get laid. I might not. But I'm going to enjoy myself either way. I'm not going to go on the first date and go, okay, so I have a plan. But it's the Ben Shapiro plan. Okay, lady, I know this is our first date, but I know we're at Cheesecake Factory here, which is where you're not supposed to go. And I have a 18-month plan. I plan we need to be married at by October of 2028. And imagine that. Imagine that being the first conversation you have on date number one. Well, obviously that's stupid, right? Obviously you're going to come off as being kind of a creep or whatever if you do that. Unless that woman is like older and she's in the epiphany phase and she's ready for that. And she's, oh my God, my ship has come in. But for most people, for most women, they'll get creeped out by that. That if you have that vibe already, and you think that the only reason you're dating is so you can get married. Why? Marriage rates why? If that were the case, how come the marriage rate is only 6.1 per 1,000 persons? You'd think people would be lining up around the courthouse if it was such a great deal. If you could only get pussy by getting married, people would be getting married in droves, right? Well, you could. I mean, if you were physically prevented from having an orgasm, right, or from fucking, or you couldn't even masturbate, right? Yeah. The only way you're going to get off is if you marry this chick. People would like it would be you would cure the fertility rate overnight, but that's not the problem. The problem is this idea, at least from the TradCon God pill perspective, is that they're still opting for that old school, old order way of thinking, right? Well, where does that manifest? It manifests in the idea that the operative goal in all of this is to get married. I'm not saying it shouldn't be. I'm just saying when you start with that, you tend to fuck things up, okay?
Around all of us, including them. But the trad pill solution isn't to fix any of what's broken with the terrain. Their solution is just to put out better propaganda than the other pills. And if that propaganda doesn't work, then they fall back to just guilt and shame to push these guys out across the terrain, regardless of the casualties.
Actually, they don't. You know what they do? They do exactly what fucking feminists do. When they run out of gas, they defer and they reframe it they emotionally reframe. That's what they do. It's just the traditional conservative good guy God pill rationale, or it's that version of who hurt you, of go out and touch grass, right? You're weird. There's something wrong with you, and you're not okay, and I'm okay. That was a great book, by the way. You're not okay, but I am okay. So what's wrong with you? Because anybody who agrees with me, everybody agrees with me, and nobody agrees with you. That's the reframe that they'll go to when they run out of intellectual gas.
Basically, their position is, it's not that bad, and even if it is, do it anyway, because I need you to keep my society going. Into the meat grind.
So that's basically this is the same. I got into this, by the way, on Rule Zero with Nuke. About traditional conservatives and I guess peripherally God pill, right? The God pill is you can't argue with God. That's it, right? Well, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, whoever that I'm taking advice from, trad pill guy, it's dangerous and I don't want to get killed. I don't want to lose half my stuff. And not only that, actually, I'm not so worried about losing half my stuff. You know what I'm worried about? I'm worried about getting into a marriage with Sarah Stock. I'm worried about my sexless marriage that's going to happen in a year, because statistically that's what's going to happen. Oh, and you want me to marry early, so early marriages tend to have a higher divorce rate than later marriages. Oh, and like on and on and on and on, right? And so the TradCon's ultimate answer to that is do it anyway. Why? Because God told you to. Oh, how do I? The red pill can't argue with that. The black pill can't argue with that. MGTOWs can't argue. Pickup artists can't argue with that. If the Lord on high himself came down from the Mount Sinai and said, I know it's dangerous. You're probably going to die. Go forth and multiply. You're going to do it. You can't argue with that. So it's the ultimate trump card, right?
Grinder boys, get moving. And that brings us to the red pill. Now, these guys are at least trying to be honest about what the terrain actually looks like. Now, they're not exactly trying to fix anything either, but they have a different reason. See, they believe that there's no way to change any of the terrain. Their view is, well, hey, with women, it's just their nature to behave the way.
I love that. You did Mike dirty, my friend. You know what's funny is like chicks see this and they want to fuck Mike that much more. The more chicks he has around him, often he finds that women want to be around him as well. This is called social proof, my friend, or pre-selection.
They do. You can't change it. So the best you can do is try to navigate around it. To them,
no, that is not what it's about. It's about information. That's it. Navigate around it? Yeah, no, not navigate around it. Work within it. Thrive in the fucking chaos. How about that? Like, this is what gets me is like the guy wants to like talk about how like, oh, you old guys, you had it so easy, and then so the youngsters can't relate to you. Well, here's the other thing is like, first of all, this is the beginning of the straw man here. I understand what he's saying. I get he kind of halfway gets it right. That's why I kind of like this guy. But I mean, he makes an effort, but then he drops back to straw man. And the red pill doesn't try to tell you to do anything. It doesn't tell you to work around it. It doesn't tell you to, hell, I might tell you, learn to thrive in the chaos, but the red pill is just the database, is just the information. Sometimes that information is pretty, like what you can do with that information is pretty much self-evident, right? Hypergamy. Oh, okay, well, if women are hypergamous, then it makes sense that pragmatically, it means that you're probably likely to do A, B, and C, right? But that's not the red pill's not telling you to do that. You're coming to that conclusion because now you have the information. As I've said a million fucking times, and I will repeat and reignite, and in every MOA immersion and everywhere else I go, I am not in the business of making men better men. I am in the business of educating, equipping, and informing men so that they have the tools and they have the whatever the fuck it is that they need, the agency to make themselves better men. Because I'm not, there's no one size fits all for the red pill. There's no 12 rules for life. There's no, a plan. It's not a movement. It's not a philosophy. It's not an ideology as much as all the ortho bros want to say it is. It's just data. Use it. Everything he's mentioned thus far, pickup artists, MGTOW, black pill doomers, trad pill, right, white pill, God pill, whatever, trad wipes, whatever, all this shit, all of that, even Patrick Bet-David, like even the guys who are ostensible, or excuse me, they're red pill adjacent. They don't want the stink of the red pill, but they still want to talk about red pill stuff. Even those guys, all of those are best practices. That's here. We have all this data. We know it's great. Here's what we think we ought to do. Black pill doomers, nothing. We don't do shit. Juice isn't worth the squeeze. I'm going back to fucking League of Legends, right? Pickup artists say, you know what? We got this great. We have a chance. We should go reach out and grab it while we have it. We can learn how to get laid whenever we want to, right? We're pickup artists. We're libertines. We can go and we can get our dick wet. As I said before, usually guys come to me. They don't measure themselves by their notch count or their body count. They just want a girlfriend. And you know what helps them do that? The red pill. MGTOW. Just walk away, right? We know all this stuff. We know women like this. We'll just walk away. It's not fear. It's not dangerous terrain. They just know the nature. They are aware, red pill aware, and they take that and they say, this is what we should do. MRAs, men's rights activists. They say, this is unfair. This is the terrain. This is the part that is unfair. We're going to go petition Congress to change this and get nothing done. But men's rights activists have a certain outlook, all of which, every last one of those factions that I've mentioned, and probably more in the future, or maybe some I don't even know about, use the red pill information database to promote what they think is best practice. That's the red pill and the difference between all these other fuckers. Got it?
The cause of the crisis is inaccurate information. So as they see it, the solution is just to get more accurate intel into the hands of men so that they can adjust their behavior and work around the danger spots.
How about this? Work through those danger spots. Don't wish it were easier. Wish you were fucking better. What makes you better? Information, accurate information, actionable information. That's the subtext for that's. If you look at the logo for Rule 0, that's what it says under Rule 0. Actionable information. Actionable information. We're not going around. We're not going to sidestep it. We're not going to try to pretend it's not there. You work within the system. You can call that system a war zone and a roadway through the war zone, right? And on the opposite side of the war zone is your perfect little trad wife waiting for you in her nice little blue and white frock, right? Because apparently that's the only credible, legitimate way to go through the war zone. But you're not going to unless you have an accurate map, unless you understand what's going on, unless you understand your nature, women's nature, the nature of what you're involved in. Does that not sound like pragmatic, even optimistic logic? I see it as optimistic. Sure, it sucks. It fucking sucks. I might have even had an easier time of it, but I still recognize that it sucks. And I've been in this, doing this for forever. I go to clubs all the time. I've been in wine and spirits for forever. I've been in casino marketing forever. I've been in promotional. I'm like Diane Fossey or fucking Jane Goodall of the Red Pill. Gorillas in the Mist. Red Pill, humans in the mist. That's me. I'm there. What are the humans doing, right? And I give you the information. What do you do with it? I could give fuck all about it. Like, I hope you do something well with it, and I want you to show me your work, and I want you to show me the wonderful life or whatever it is that you took the noose off your neck, and you go, man, I got everything on. Thank you for this, Ro. Thank you for helping me like thrive in the chaos. It sucks, but the game fucking sucks. But I'm a better player of the fucking game because I have this knowledge instead of, crying about it or saying it shouldn't matter or thinking that God's going to fly you over the top or some shit like that, which is what he's about to say. No one in the Red Pill is saying, here's how you circumvent the game. That's the Black Pill, man. The circumvention is just like, don't do it. Just go back to fucking World of Warcraft, Space Marine 2. Oops, wait a minute.
Pill. Now, these guys are at least trying. Some of that you have to be born with, and other parts of that you have to do an insane amount of work to solve. In some sense, success with women is locked behind an IQ paywall. What you can do is try to navigate around it. To them, the cause of the crisis is inaccurate information. So as they see it, the solution is just to get more accurate intel into the hands of men so that they can adjust their behavior and work around the danger spots. Coming back to the terrain analogy, the only thing they think they can do about this is just create the most accurate LiDAR scan of the terrain, make a map out of it, and say, here you go, boys. Good luck. Now, this does work for some men, but the terrain has become such a complex.
Really? How many men do you suppose do it? How many of those some? The thing that gets me about with guys like this one, like I said, the stuff that we talk about in the Manosphere, like this guy wouldn't even be talking about this stuff if it wasn't okay to talk about right now, because all the shit he's getting into is unignorable. Now he will later on. I'm going to let him go through the Red Pill thing. He's pretty accurate with the Black Pill, as you might guess, and the White Pill, which is or the God Pill. His solution, I think, is very lacking. But I'll let him finish up here. But the thing is. Yeah, we focus on information. Yes, we focus on understanding this shit, right? But we don't say good luck. There you go. No one's coming to save you except for our tribe of men. Please join us for $9.99 a month. No. And the other thing is, like, if you're going to use Pearl Davis or fucking Andrew Tate as the be all end all of the Red Pill, you know nothing about the Red Pill. Unless you've read all 6 of my books, you seriously don't know anything about the Red Pill. Unless you've read at least, Orion Stone's first 2 or 3 books, you know what the fuck you're talking about. Right? And I know he's probably watches my show. I'm sure he watches, God knows, whatever else. I'd love to talk to the guy. If he wants to actually, come in and have a discussion, I'd be happy to. We won't have a debate. It will be just a discussion. I'll just sort of illuminate him on where he's sort of incorrect.
Hazardous maze that it's turned into an extremely difficult puzzle to solve. In some sense,
it looks like we could probably talk guitars too, from the looks of it.
Success with women is locked behind an IQ paywall, where you have to have a high enough level of intelligence to solve enough of the puzzles to get anywhere.
Math is hard. Math's hard. I'm glad he, at the very least, okay, so he sees this as a deficit. I don't, but I do understand what he's saying. He is kind of halfway right with this, okay? Most guys don't have the patience to learn, to read my books. Fresh, from Fresh and Fit, has never read a fucking book in his life. He never read any of my books at all. But he says, but I listen to you all the time. Isn't that the same thing? Yeah, it kind of is. But it's not an IQ problem. It's you're too dumb to understand the red pill. No, you're not. Do you like chicks? Yes. Does your dick get hard when you see a hot one? Yes. Okay. Congratulations. You got half of it. You're through half of it already, right? It's not an EQ like it's not your smartness isn't, well, maybe for HS TikTok it is, but it's your intelligence is not the gatekeeper of any of this stuff. It's easy to understand this. It's human nature, it's society, it's social stuff. We're not. I mean, unless you're stupid like me and you start talking about like, fMRI scans of brains. And I'm not a neuroscientist, but I have said in the past, and he's halfway right about this, is the red pill is not a bumper sticker. It's not something that you can explain. There's no elevator pitch, right? It's a college major is what it is. If you have that degree of interest in it, okay? Do you have to know the endocrine system to understand how like hormonal birth control works? No, you just have to know that hormonal birth control is making women crazy, right? You just have to know that hormonal birth control is what basically was a precursor to the sexual revolution. You can probably wrap your head around that. I couldn't tell you the chemical makeup of HBC, right? I can tell you the downstream effects of it. Archaeology, sociology, endocrinology, neurology, sociology, psychology, evolutionary biology. All of that shit's related. Do you have to have a doctor in all of those things? No, you fucking don't. Right? That's why you got me. But I tell you what you do have to do, the minimum fucking effort, right? Well, this is too highbrow for these guys to understand. So, that's really a downfall of the red pill. No, you want to know why we do body count when we talk about body count a lot? Because there's a lot to it. There's paternity to it, right? There's the social aspects of it. When I talk about why I'll never get on Joe Rogan is because we'll probably get into the conversation about how being a stepdad is essentially signing up for your own cuckoldry, and how it's much easier for women to get away with cuckoldry if we can form a society and create a society, sociologically speaking, that it's no longer stigmatized for a man to marry a single mom. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying you're a cuck. I'm just saying that's the effect. You are essentially fulfilling that woman's hypergamy. She has mated with one guy, and you are taking over the financial and the provisioning and the emotional investment and the parental investment and everything else that goes along with it for someone whose genes are not your fucking genes. Congratulations. That is the definition of cuckoldry. Am I calling you an asshole? Am I making a judgment call after that? You'll think so, but I'm not. I'm just telling, again, this is red pill. I'm trying to deliver this information as smoothly and as non-emotionally and as monotone as I possibly can, but you're still going to take it that way if you're a stepfather, if you're Andrew Wilson. I told Andrew this before 100 different times. I said, well, technically you're a cuckold. What do you mean a cuckold? I'm not calling you a cook. Right? I'm not calling you destiny. I'm just saying effectively what you have done is what cuckolds do. What's the purpose of cuckoldry? That's it. And you volunteered for it. I'm not saying you're a dick or something. Maybe that's a good thing in this case. Maybe those kids really needed another father. I've gotten into fights with Mike Rashid over exactly the same fucking thing. Don't you? Or Wes Watson of all people, man. Wes Watson married a single mom. What do you call me, a cuck? Yeah, but wait, before you rip my head off, let me shoot them some tread. No, before you kill me, let me explain. Yeah. Oh, right. Insanity, man. Insanity. Oh, am I getting spammed? I'm not getting spammed. I'm like, okay, it's what time? Where are we at? We're 3:18 in. Okay, Lisa Sparks, guys, should show. Well, looks like Lisa Sparks, guys. Lisa Sparks should show up in the chat any minute now. Rolo just called you Destiny. I didn't call you Destiny. I was just saying that that's what Destiny did. Right? No, I was gonna say is like I like Andrew Wilson. He knows that. I'm not saying he's a bad person for doing what he's doing. I'm not even, God forbid, I would tell Wes Watson he's bad for like marrying a single mom, although maybe now he's regretting it. But I'm just saying, what is the function of it? Well, I could say the same thing about like abortion. Like, here's the funny thing is if I analyze abortion and I say, well, I've said this before, abortion is the ultimate expression of hypergamy. Nothing says he's not the right guy, like the ability, the legal right to end a man's, genetic future in utero. Nope, not the right one. Oops, sorry. That's what hypergamy is, or excuse me, that's what abortion is. Abortion is what's the function of abortion? The function of abortion is, tradcons will say it's murder. Okay, fine. That's your moralistic interpretation, but what is the function of abortion? It is a fail-safe for women's bad reproductive choices. Fight me on that one. Change my fucking mind, like Steven Crowder, man. Change my mind. That is the function of abortion. It's really the function of hormonal birth control too, but that's the preventative medicine. Abortion is a fail-safe against poor reproductive choices on the part of women. Only women, I know maybe Dr. Verpel will disagree with me, but only women get abortions, okay? Only women are the ones who can say a child lives or dies. Guess what? Why? Why does, 98%? 98% of abortions performed in the United States are elective. They're not because of rape. They're not because of incest. They're not because of, no, they are elective. You will never get around that fact. You will never get around that number. Guess what? That number, the red pill throws out there without any judgment, without anything. Like if you go to abortion, well, here's the facts. What's the purpose of abortion? Fail-safe for bad reproductive choices. For liberal women who think, well, great, I'll have a better life because of it. It's good for them. It's bad for the kid. It's bad for, if you're a moralist, if you're a Christian or you're whatever, and you think abortion is murder, then it's very, very bad. But the red pill doesn't care whether you think it's right or wrong. We're just giving you the information. There you have it. Same thing with the cuckoldry thing. You'll agree with me. Oh, well, you're right. Abortion is a reproductive failsafe, right? Okay. Why do you have a problem with me saying that a guy who takes over the parental investment responsibilities of a child that is not his is, when I say that, that's cuckoldry? Why are you fighting me on that? Because abortion is a failsafe for bad reproductive choices. Oh yeah, you're right. But because cuckoldry is what cuckoldry is, and again, I'm not saying that with any sense of good or evil or bad or good or whatever. I'm not calling you a cook. It's not an invective to me. It's just that's what it is. Tell me I'm wrong. Well, don't you think kids need a father? Yes, I do. Actually, I 100% do. I'm not saying it's it could still be a good thing, but you are a cuckold. You are still a cuckold. That's just how it works. So what did I just do? That's the mathematics of the red pill. Whether you want, I'm showing you my algebra equation. It's not enough, by the way, to do trigonometry or to do calculus or to do algebra 2 or whatever. What's the geography? Whatever. Graphing. It's not enough for me to just show you here's the problem and here's the answer. I have to show you how I got to that fucking answer. That's what the red pill is. All the shit that's between the question and the answer. That we're working this out. Show me where. Here's show you my work. Tell me where I'm wrong. I want to know because I want the answer to be right at the end of it. Because the answer at the right is what people are going to take and they're going to use for best practices. That's all it is. So if you want to say math is hard, yeah, you're right. It can be. Depends on how deep you want to get into it. Do you just want to have the question and the answer, or do you want to? Or do you really want to know how to put the car all the way back together with the Chilton manual, as we keep saying, right? Do you want to see how the trigonometry works out? Like, oh, this is how I went and did all this stuff, and that's the answer at the end. You ever seen a trigonometry, a calculus, you see a problem, it's not enough to just show the answer. You can get that at the back of the fuck. They give it to you at the back of the book because they know you have to show how you got from equation to answer, right? That's how it works.
And it's not just IQ, you have to have high social standing, elite resource generation skills, success traits, charisma on top.
Okay, yeah, yes, and yes, but you don't have to be Andrew Tate. See, this is where he gets this wrong. This is the straw manning part. You have to be this elite level guy. Remember when those fuckwits said, oh, Rollo doesn't know what a high value man is. And I keep telling you this, is like a high value man is the man that other men want to be and other women want to fuck. You could still be the guy with the only guy in the truck, in the fishing village in Chile, right? I love using that one. Just like the foam cannon party in Cancun, right? The fishing village, the guy with the truck in the fishing village in Chile. He is alpha as fuck in the fishing village in Chile because he's the only guy with the truck. Put him in Miami, he's probably picking up trash, right? He's probably working in some service industry, right? But he's an alpha in the fishing village in Chile. He's not an alpha when you put him somewhere else. That's what but the dynamics don't change. Yes, you can have a shit ton of money. You can make things a whole lot easier. Are you making $500,000 a year? Yes. Are you Justin Waller? Can you live the Justin Waller lifestyle? Sure you can. Do you have to be Justin Waller to affect what you think the red pill is, whatever the practice is? I don't know what that rolls out to. No, you fucking don't. You can be a guy who owns a tractor in fucking Oklahoma. You could still use the same information and all that algebra and everything else we were just talking about. If the red pill is not for the everyman, it's for no one. It's got to be able to be, it's human nature. If it's not rich person's nature. It's not elite guy nature. It's not whatever nature. And the other thing is marriage now is only for elite men, right? Well, I guess I better be elite. Why would you want to be? So you can so you can live a life of indentured servitude to his wife. That is another minefield that you're getting yourself into. No, you don't have to be. You don't have to be this elite level guy, but you do have to change your mind about yourself. You do have to be educated. You do have to know this shit, right? You have to be able to make, to do the best you can with the tools that you are given. That's really the end point.
Top of tall height, good looks, and so on. Some of that you have to be born with, and other parts of that you have to do an insane amount of work to build up. In other words,
I would love to get this guy on with Mike Sartain so we can talk about how status is perceived, and there's no such thing as real. Status isn't real. It's all perceptual. And so it doesn't matter. Don't care, got laid. Doesn't matter. Status, yeah, the status itself matters, but it's the perception of the status. People hate it when me and Mike talk about this because they think that it's inauthentic. You know why? Because they do the work. My status is earned, and it might be. Women don't care whether you earned it. Women don't care about men's struggles. How many times do I have to say that? That's the whole thing. The whole question about authenticity and perceptual value and perceptual status and all that good shit, right? Women don't care how you became the winner. They care that you are the winner. And they want to go home and fuck the... Oh, here you go.
Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
Yes. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen. And you don't have to have what's funny to me, and I was just talking about my Rockstar 20s and I even mentioned that I have a 41 body count, right?
Yeah.
I didn't... most of that body count was accrued from the time I was 17 until I met my wife at 27. So from 10 years, I got to 10 year. I didn't really think about that. 10-year window. I accumulated 41 bodies and God knows how many blowjobs, because I don't know if that counts or not. So, and I did that without the fucking internet and without social media and without the Rational Mail and with no fucking gurus. It was trial and fucking error. I learned what worked for me. That's why I don't do prescriptions. I don't do prescriptions because what worked for me might not work for you. You have to find out what works for you. Are you the guy in the fishing village in Chile? What works for you? Do you own a tractor in the Midwest in Oklahoma right now? It'll work for you. It will still fucking work for you because the nature and women's nature, men's nature, the praxeology doesn't change. Only the context changes. Only the environment from Brickell is different from Fremont, is different from Tulsa, Oklahoma, is different from Fishing Village in Chile, is different from Portland, Oregon. But you know what doesn't change? Men and women. You know what doesn't change? Their need to understanding status and social proof and everything else. You don't have to be fucking elite. I got laid so much when I only had 2 nickels to rub together. My liquid assets were a 1979 Toyota pickup truck, a Randall half stack, and 2 guitars. That was it. If I was fucked. If I couldn't make rent, I was fucked. I remember I lived in North Hollywood and had a spool for my dad. You know, the big spools for for the road work and the cables and stuff like that. And they leave them on the road. You just go grab, hey, I got a damn dining room table. Eat off the spool. 1 bedroom, studio apartment in North Hollywood, man. And we were thankful. We walked to the gig uphill both ways in the snow. We ate rocks and we were thankful. No, I did it without all that shit. And I'm not saying, well, you can do it too. No, but I will say this is that it's not about elite stat. Very few, maybe guys like HS Tiki Taki are saying, maybe certainly Andrew Tate saying that, maybe Myron saying that to a degree. I don't think Myron would disagree with me on this. Is you don't have to be, you gotta have some money, right? I mean, you still have to you just gotta be able to support your lifestyle at the very minimum, right? But you don't have to be a multimillionaire to get your dick sucked. Right? You don't have to be shit. You know how many homeless fucking snowboarders I knew at fucking Lake Tahoe where they had chicks coming out their fucking ears, right? They had no money. It was a transient workforce. All their money went into weed, and weed was illegal back then. And they got laid like fucking tile. So that's not what it's about, and that's not what the red pill is.
You have to make it to the top of the list of men in women's minds. And not every guy is even capable of becoming what most modern women require them to be.
But they could be more than they are now. Got it? Now who's saying it's too hard? Now, me? No, you motherfucker. You're the one that's saying it's too hard and you'll never reach that.
And if they do, that doesn't always protect them from the nightmarish stuff that women can do to them and completely get away with.
That's the black pill, not the red pill, but go ahead.
This leads us to the black pill. See, in order to meet most women's...
All right, I'm going to stop right here because the black pill is exactly what you would expect that he's going to say about the black pill. It's just basically the juice isn't worth the squeeze. So I'm gonna fast forward through this just a little bit. And he's going to get to the God pill here in just a second. Let me see.
So before we move on, I want to address some of those objections. First, with the trad pill. Yes, there are elements of truth here, right? Men are a bit softer today. I mean, we got to ask who raised them that way, but that's a whole other video. And it is also true that the information contained in the red pill or the black pill is discouraging, especially if you frame it in a really hopeless way. But
okay, it doesn't have to be hopeless. The red pill, like I said, in its purest form, shit, if anything, you should be optimistic about it. Certainly be pragmatic about it. It only seems hopeless if you don't know what the fuck to do. It only seems hopeless if you are allowing yourself to think. Again, you're the only one who can control your own behaviors. You only get what you've gotten if you keep doing what you've done, okay? The red pill itself is just information. You make it hopeful or hopeless, not the red pill. The black pill definitely does. It's all about nihilism and despondency. That's just best practices for people who have decided that it's hopeless and that it's depressing. And sometimes it can be. You know what? Hypergamy is not a bad thing. And it's not a good thing either. It just is what it fucking is, man. Now, if you're on the sharp end of the stick, it sucks. It's a bad fucking thing. But if you benefit, if women are looking for a guy who's a 7, 8, or 9, and you happen to be a 7, fuck, it's a great thing. Right? Oh, she's an 8. I'm an 8. Fuck yeah, right. You didn't even do anything. But guess what? If you're a 6 and you move yourself up to a 7 or 8, this is just rhetoric right here, but you move yourself up, like maybe you just improve your status a little bit, or you improve your game a little bit, or you get bigger and jacked in the gym just a little bit to push you from 6 to 7. Fuck. Oh, this is great. I didn't even have to do that much. Why? I am so angry. Why are you angry? I'm angry at myself for not having seen this sooner. That's what it's about. Right? And so it's not despondency. It's not about bad. It's all bad news. Red pill's bad news. It's only bad news if you look at it through that lens.
There's a reason why those narratives got so popular in the first place. They match what people are experiencing. They could not have taken off.
Well, yes, that's true, but they also like to commiserate.
If there was no reality problem going on as well. And the TradCon view does nothing to address it. A lot of the time, they won't even let you be honest about the problem. And that gives us the worst of both worlds, as far as I can tell, because no effort is put into solving anything real, but no one is allowed to tell the truth about the problems and what's really going on either.
One faction I think he's missing here, and I think I've talked about it before, but one developing faction in all of this is sort of the evil psychic gatekeepers right now. So if you've got you've got Rob, well, I hate to say it because I really like Rob, but Rob Henderson, certainly Alex from Date Psych before he flamed out. There's a few other characters I can talk about. Will Costello is another one. These are the guys who want to tell you it's not so bad. Right? Oh, here's some stats. Oh, these red pill guys. Oh, Mac and Murphy's great. I mean, I like Mac. I would really like to do a show with Mac and Murphy because I think we would have a much better communication if we would just get together and talk. But the thing is that these guys have built personal brands around masculine apologetics, and I think he probably needs to address that a little bit more. Masculine apologetics, meaning that in the past. We've called this white knighting, but they're not quite white knighting. They are with the same intent, but they're doing it by saying, well, let me tell you something. Those red pill doomers aren't so smart. They're dumb. And let me tell you why. Here's some stats. And here's why they're wrong. And like, who are you going to believe? Me or your lying eyes? You know? And I said this, I know it was. I was on with Mike and Joe Marin on my Tuesday call or my Tuesday show. And one of the things I wanted to point out, especially like the EvoSite gatekeepers, they rely very much on like experimental data, like surveys and stats, and they get and sometimes properly criticized for these being self-reported stats. I understand sometimes that's the only way you can gather data is through self-reports. I get it, right? But if that's the only thing you're using, I think you need to, you don't have a complete picture, okay? So why do I give Will Costello so much shit about his incel research? Well, first of all, he was an assistant on that. I just discovered this. And the guy who was the lead researcher on it, I forget the guy's name now. Anyways, has strong affiliations with the CCE, which is like a counterterrorism thing or counterterrorism group in the UK, which is what I criticized the report for in the first place. But it was also the techniques, right? It was gathering the data. Well, there's gathering data and there's interpreting that data. So how was it gathered? Is it accurate data to gather in the first place? Even if you could answer that question affirmatively, then you got to go, okay, now I have to interpret this data. Okay, well, what were you trying to find? Here's my hypothesis. I want to find this. Am I finding this, right? You have to, hypothesis comes first, right? Hypothesis comes before results. But there's this thing called harking, right? Which is hypothesizing after results are known, which is what a lot of people do. And I'm not just the EvoSite guys, a lot of other people do too, right? So we've got this, we weren't actually looking for this data, but we found a null result or we found a positive result. And now we're going to rejigger the hypothesis in favor of what we wanted it to be in the first place. That's harking, right? It's hypothesizing after results are known. It's a common tactic, put it that way, in research. The other thing that I don't think enough people really realize is that's not the only way to gather data. As I was mentioning before, just jokingly, I was joking about myself being the Diane Fossey or the Jane Goodall of the red pill, right? You know, like, what are the humans doing, right? Humans in the mist. They did what's called observational studies. Okay, and sometimes observational studies can be more accurate than in lab experiments, right? Because you're still using qualitative data. Okay, the field studies are still qualitative. Self-reports are still qualitative. How are you feeling? How did this work for you? What a day-to-day kind of thing. Or how many partners have you had? Well, I don't know. I had the chicken instead of the fish, so I'm going to tell them 12 instead of 212, right? there's those factors that go into that. What are the questions that you're asking? Are they actually pointing towards the hypothesis you've made, or have you not? Right? All of that stuff, people don't care about that. They just care about the results, right? They want to know, but what I see anyways, is a lot of people will disallow the fact that, people see this happen. Like, when somebody says, oh, we did this report that we did this study and we've discovered that men have higher sex drives than women. And what's the first response on Twitter? We needed a study for that? No, we didn't. We can see that in the clubs. We can see pornography. Right? We can see that everywhere around us. But we have this data set that pretty much confirms the whole thing. Okay, why do we use that data set as being more valid than the fact that everybody in the club and everybody at Pornhub and everybody else already knows that guys like to jerk off and they like to fucking, they like sex a little bit more than women. That's invalid because it's anecdotal, right? No, the thing is it's anecdotal until 1 million people observe the same fucking thing. And just because that's not in a lab doesn't make it an invalid observation. You can praise Jane Goodall and Diane Fossey all you want, and deservedly so. But you can't do that and praise that form of data and research and then say it's anecdotal. It only applies to monkeys. Well, I tell you what, I've spent Mike's probably got better experience than I do in this. How long has Mike been in the clubs in Vegas and experienced and saw all this stuff and is teaching courses and understands this and took a keen interest in evolutionary psychology as a result of his in-field observations. Nick Krauser once said, and I quoted this in a book one time, he said that the last 15 years of pickup artistry or pickup artist, PUA, have done more for understanding intersexual dynamics than all the social sciences and all of the psychology experiments of the last 115 years, because they can get away with shit that would be unethical in a lab setting. Guess what? That is more valid information, observational information, than all of your studies are, because he's out there and the pickup artists are out there taking notes, whether they're mental or not. They're taking notes and they're doing that. And you know how I know that? Here's how I know that. Because when Chris Williamson goes on with Andrew Huberman and Andrew Huberman says, oh, you should go to 3 different locations during a date because it creates a story and a narrative and they're more connected to you. And the first thing out of fucking Chris Williamson's mouth is, oh, did you know that those pickup artists back in the 2000s weaponized that? That's what I'm talking about. It's okay if Andrew, it's unignorable, right? As I said, the manosphere is unignorable. The fact that you can take a woman to 3 different locations, and Andrew Huberman says exactly what Mystery said in 2005. One is good, one is weaponized. It's the same fucking data. But one is weaponized and he's the bad guy, he's the good guy. He's using it to manipulate people to get laid. Don't you think that the Andrew Huberman guy is doing the same fucking thing? He might just be a little more protracted. He is. It's the same fucking principle. It doesn't make it any more or less true. It is fucking true. But you're never going to give Mystery credit for that. You're going to give flowers to fucking Huberman for what was discovered 20 years ago. Why is that? Why is that the consensus? This is I'm bringing this up again. I've talked about this many times. I'm bringing this up again because this is what colors guys like this, their opinions, and their straw men. Bad when red pill bad. PUA bad, Huberman good. Right? You don't have to do the mathematics. It's a bumper sticker. Huberman good. I'm going to put that on the back of my fucking Tesla Cybertruck. Huberman good. No, you can't. There's no bumper sticker for the red pill.
So
Sorry.
If the tradcons get their way, then the problems don't get fixed, and nobody knows how to navigate around them either. So everybody just has to limp their way through all of the brokenness and hope they don't get taken.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward this up because he's going to give you the solution here. And that's really what I want to get to before we close out today. I'm just going to give you the abbreviated version. I think I'm scrolled up to where he starts it. Let's see. Okay. So what's the problem? The problem is the minefield. The problem is the path from point A to point B that's scattered with radiation and mustard gas and, craters from bombs and, and bullets flying here and there, the allegory he made. So how do we fix that? That's really where we go. And of course, he's going to say, well, we need to hold women accountable. Gee, I wonder where we heard that before. What podcast has been saying that since day one? Not me, actually. It's Fresh and Fit, the one you want to give shit to, really. Hold them accountable. We need women to change. Problem with that is a very large dynamic called the women are wonderful effect. And it's not a religious effect, and it's not a red pill thing, and it's not a blue pill thing, and it's not a trad pill thing, and it's not a God pill thing. It's just a thing. Like hypergamy. Hypergamy is nothing. It stands alone from all of that shit. But the women are wonderful effect, right? Shall we read that? I will read you the women are wonderful effect. Women are one. It's already in my browser history. The women are wonderful effect. The women are wonderful effect is a psychological bias where people generally associate more positive, nurturing, and moral attributes with women than men. Coined in 1994, it suggests an emotional, societal preference for women. However, it can reinforce traditional gender roles. Yeah. Paradoxically leading to discrimination against women. At least it's Wikipedia, so they gotta like butter their bread on both sides here. So, but the fact of the matter is that here, let me go to Wikipedia. Maybe I can suss out some more shit out of here. Let's see. The authors suppose that the positive general evaluation of women must derive from the association between women and nurturing characteristics. The bias has been cited as an example of benevolent sexism. Okay, the term was coined by researchers Alice Eagley and Antonio Malanidic in a 1994 paper where they had questioned the widely held view that there was prejudice against women. They observed much of the research had been inconclusive in showing bias. It still does today, courtesy of Steve Stewart Williams. Thank you. They had found a positive bias towards women in their 1989 and 91 studies, which involved questionnaires given to students in the United States. Let's see, in-group bias. Anyways, if you want to read more about this, here I'll even put this. I'll drop this in the chat if you'd like. Here. That there. Anyway, so women are wonderful. The women are wonderful effect. What's this guy's name? What's this guy's Impact Guy? Impact Guy. Sorry, I'm just not an insult, but I say this with what's his name?
It's Effective Purpose.
That's the name of it.
Yeah.
The Effective Purpose is the name of the channel. I don't know the dude's name. Effective Purpose Guy. Read The Rational Male Religion, 1. And then 2, learn more about the women are wonderful effect. Because what he's going to get into here in just a minute is like, well, here we need to go to the root of the problem, which I agree. You're 100% right about that. It's just his methodology is never going to work because we already have an inherent, and he probably doesn't want to hear this, an evolutionary bias to favor women because women are the vulnerable sex, men are the sacrificial or disposable, if you want to call that. They are the sacrificial sex. And that's just how nature, the world, God, whatever you want to call it, however you want to blame, has us wired. That's just how the machine works. So women are wonderful. You're not going to get around. The problem I have is you're not going to solve the problem of fertility, Patrick Bet-David. You're not going to solve the problem of marriage rates. You're not going to solve the problem of men and women coming together because we have this gender gap or this gender divide or this distrust of men and distrust of women. And he gets into that a little bit later on. And he blames it on guys. Men are distrustful of women. I'm like, we teach our girls to be inherently distrustful. Men are inherently untrustworthy. And we've been doing that for the last 4 generations with women. Look at anything in popular culture. Women are very hesitant. They'll choose the bear or the snow leopard before they'll choose a man, right? They'll get clawed to death before they want to meet a man in the middle of the forest, right? That's because women are probably, I would say probably even more so distrustful of men. Go look at the men, the videos of what John from It's Complicated podcast. When he goes and makes his rounds, he does to ask people on the street, do we need men? Fuck no. Do we need men? No. Why? Why would we need men? No, women don't need men. Like, you'll have hundreds and hundreds. It's so like, I wish I could say they're just selectively pulling the ones where the chicks are just saying no. But they are. Like, I've asked John about this guy. I didn't find a single one that said yes. I would have probably put that in. I could have edited that in, but I can't because there's no examples of that. Asks men, do we need women? And every dude says yes. Of course we need women. We need hot women. We don't need fat women. We need women. We need women for this. We need women for that. Like, guys, I think if there is any kind of distrust of women, I don't think there's a distrust of women. I think there is a inability to play the game on these guys' part. I think women, like men, don't give flying. If man's getting his dick sucked, he's not. Oh, do I trust her to suck my dick? It's not a trust issue. It's women who don't trust men, because men have been portrayed as buffoons or abusers or incompetent for 4 fucking generations in every form of popular media, in every book, in every movie, in every song. You got fucking Carrie Underwood talking about, keying the guy's car because before he cheats. It's funny. I remember when that song came out, I was like, because I'd ask girls, I said, can you repeat that verse? Do you know the lyrics to that? Every one of them knew it word for word. Name 3 countries. Africa, Australia, and South America. You ask them, can you sing back the words for Before He Cheats by Carrie Underwood? They know it verbatim. Or Wet Ass Pussy. They'll know that. They'll know that. Yes. They know it because they want to know it.
Behavior becomes a minefield to the people around them. It just so happens that right now, women are the ones we've had the least accountability for. So it stands to reason that, their behavior is gonna break men's trust. And I have to be clear about this. This is not...
So he's thinking that women's behavior is the reason for men distrusting women. I think men trust women way more than women trust men. And I say that because men have to learn to distrust women. They have to get burned, right? Who hurt you, right? They have to experience the shit for themselves. Women's distrust of men begins with their first Disney movie. Because the guys who watch Moana, or the guys who are watching anything, I don't know what the fucking kids watch today, like cartoons and shit, because this isn't Gen Z. This is like the one coming up next. They're not you know what they're learning? They're learning to be woke. They're learning to be, respect women. They're learning feminism. They're learning to defer authority to women from the age of 5 on up. Women, on the other hand, are being taught that they are enough, and that they can do anything, and that the blank slate, in no uncertain terms, the blank slate, social constructionism, emotionalism, and egalitarianism from the time that but also included in all of that is an inherent distrust of men. No matter what, they could have the best dad in the world and they still will choose the bear over the man. We don't need men. We don't need men. We don't need men. That to me is a generational re-engineering of society. That, by the way, took place since 1971. So, thanks, Gloria Steinem. I should have brought that up. Like, damn it, Jim. Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, Jim. Invite me next time, man. I want to go. I want to give them shit. Can I do that? There's no men here.
Enter.
I'm looking in my junk folder today and still haven't got my invite, brother. What do I got to do? Anyways, so he goes through, I'll just paraphrase, I'm running out of time, but he goes through the last of this, which is the solution. It's pretty much what everybody else has been saying for forever. We need to fix women. We need to fix this. We need to fix how do we fix the minefield, or the path that we have to go through? And it's always this ambiguous sort of, subjective solution.
Not all women all the time. There's still some who are fairly humble and treat men decently well. My wife is a pretty good example of this. But the amount of wolves in Christian girl clothing is increasing thanks to our permissiveness, and so is the damage they're doing. many women who seem to be Christians on the outside are actually prideful, self-centered, demanding, disrespectful, promiscuous, and that behavior has broken men's trust. So this didn't come out of thin air. These men...
If that was the case, then explain Nala Ray. If that's the case, let's see, who else? Was it Lily Phillips who just converted to Christianity? Explain that, please. I'll wait. If that's the case, explain, what is it? Jenna Jameson she just went Christian too. Or Riley Reid or Lana Rhodes or whoever else. Explain that part. And please don't say Lisa Sparks. Explain that. They want that. Guys they just want to get laid. They don't care. We want a chick. I mean, do we want to marry a girl who's like, you know, every man wants a slut. He just wants her to be his slut, right? And the ladies, like they could give two flying fucks about your body count as long as you're like, he's you moon over him. You can't do any better than him. He's the alpha. He's the guy that you're not going to be an alpha widow. This guy is it, right? Like I've said this before. People get so pissed off when I say this. Better an honest whore than a duplicitous prude, right? And marrying a duplicitous prude, because at least the honest whore is going to tell you what's what. The prude is going to say, no, I love sucking dick. And then you're in a sexless marriage afterwards and and then you're jerking off and she divorces you because you have a porn addiction and the church said so. Fuck that. I would rather be with an honest whore. I'd rather laugh with the sinners and cry with the saints, baby. That's where it's at. I'll do that first. But he's not wrong, and he's going to get into. I'll just finish it out for him here. He's not wrong. He does actually. It's funny because he echoes Dalrock quite a bit in all of this. Is that the churches have decided that women are sinless, and this is why. Whatever your name is. This is why I want you to read The Rational Male Religion, because I talk about this in great detail in that book. And like I said, it took me 3 years to do it. But I talk about, and I was having conversations with Dalrock when I wrote this chapter, right? Women in the modern church today, and I don't care if it's Orthodox, I don't care if it's Catholic, I don't care if it's Lutheran or Press or whatever the fuck it is. We have made women sinless. And we lean on men's burden of performance. We lean on men's masculine duty. We lean on men's do better, do better, do better. Every fucking Father's Day sermon, we do that. But women are, and I'm going to quote Pastor Doug Wilson here from way back when, women are closer to God than men are. I'm paraphrasing. So ergo, you have God, woman, and then man. And if mama ain't happy, that means God ain't happy. So if you're not doing what she wants to do, she's like, hey, well, you're not doing what I want to do. So God behind me here, he's very displeased with you. You've got to do what I want you to do. And it doesn't matter if she's promiscuous. It doesn't matter if she's disrespectful. It doesn't matter if you're in a sexless marriage. All of that, any problem you have as a married Christian man or a single guy, all of that makes no fucking difference. Your sacrifice makes no fucking difference. They don't care about your struggles because God, you can't argue with God. God is on my side. Who can stand against me, right? And if mama ain't happy, God ain't happy. And that's how the churches have been. That's the one, and again, I go into this in the book, that's one of the most unique aspects of the assimilation of modern churches. And don't give me this, not in my church. That's just no true Scotsman. And even if it's true, give it a generation and it will be. Trust me, all this globalized feminization, all of this wokeism, because we've empowered women since the sexual revolution. And by the way, in the blink of an eye, according to humanity, all of this has changed so rapidly because of hormonal birth control, the sexual revolution, no fault marriages, abortion, all that good stuff. It's just what is it? The rot of all principle begins with a single compromise. That single compromise was hormonal birth control. And again, I'm not saying that I don't like hormonal birth control. I love it. All right. Keep having more. I like having sex without the worry of pregnancy. It's a fucking modern miracle as far as I'm concerned. But I will say this, It's what fucked everything up. I can like it, and it can be something that is really fucked up, right? Oh, it's moral degeneracy. They love, like, tradcons love that term. Degenerate. Okay, well, just because I'm relating information to you doesn't make it degenerate or non-degenerate, whatever it is. It's just the fucking, all I'm offering is the truth. So, but I wanted to point this out because the other thing he's going to get to is like the women are sinless thing. That's straight out of my book. The other thing is that, you know, he's making this call for like pastors to sort of like get your bitch in pocket kind of message, right? And good luck with that. And I'll tell you why. Not because it's a bad message. I'm not saying they shouldn't do that. No pastor has the will to do that. No, of any significance. Joel Osteen is never going to take your advice, dude. Like any of these big name, who else? Mark Driscoll. I don't know. Give me a good, like, Hillsong United. I don't care. Give me a name of a big flock pastor. They will never do what you're saying. You know why? Because the moment you start rebuking women, the moment you try to even just by measure hold women accountable for their sin, because women are sinless, the moment you do that, they leave the fucking congregation. You lose money. That's again in my book, right? You will never get them to do, like, his solution is to get people to get, well, men, Christian guys, and churches and everything to get they bitches in line. Technically, that's the basis of what Andrew Wilson was suggesting with like his religion, Orthodox Christianity, that, you know, they should arbitrate marriage because then it will get the bitches back in line. I'm like, no, it won't. They'll just leave. They'll just leave. There's nothing for men in the modern. You want to know why men flee the modern church? I know there's supposed to be some sort of like big tent revival going on right now, but Gen Z. But where is that going? And the other thing is, women are you're still welcoming Nala Ray into the flock. You're still welcoming, you know, Jenna Jameson, right? And I'm not saying they shouldn't be. I'm just saying, put them in the corner and tell them to be quiet. No pastor will do that because they don't want to lose tithes. There's more women put money into, they need more asses in the seats of women than they do men. And the moment they start talking about women need to get their shit together. Women need to defer authority to their husbands. Women need to submit to their husbands. Women need to fuck their husbands if you want to have babies. Patrick Bet David. Women need to respect their men. And you know what's funny is, like, for the same guys, the same Christian pastors, whatever, who will say, well, you know, there's the minefield. Go out into the minefield because the Lord's not going to fly you over it. He's actually going to be with you the whole way you go through the minefield, right? Go through the modern dating, you know, disaster scale, the catastrophists, you know, whatever. Go through that. No, it's crazy. Are you kidding? That's suicide. Don't worry. God said you should do it. That's the rationale. There's no, at least the red pill is going to give you like equipment and like, okay, so if this happens, I'll do this and this. Right. Nope. Just go. You mean the lemmings are jumping off the cliff and I should too? Well, God said you should. So yeah, I guess. Don't worry. There's a magical invisible bridge that you'll walk across that the other ones aren't. No. So there's faith, and then there's just fucking stupidity, right? But that doesn't matter. Just everything I'm building up to here, it doesn't matter because those guys won't do it. Those same pastors will tell you to go do that, but they won't tell women they need to get their shit together. They will tell a young Christian man that God is with him, and he should just go take a leap of faith and go through the minefield that he was describing here. But that same pastor will not go to the women in the church and say, the reason you're fucking single is because you're a single mom. The reason you're fucking single is because you made bad fucking choices. The reason you're single is or the reason why nobody wants to marry you is X, Y, and Z, because you sinned. They will not say that. You know why? Because that chick walks away, and that's another fucking monthly tithing check that walks right out the fucking door. Because churches are businesses. Another thing I talk about in religion, they are. I joke about this. I say, people say, "Oh, you're a Christian? Yeah. What franchise? Burger King or McDonald's?" Right? Go to Florida on a Sunday morning, 9 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Drive to any mini mall, any strip mall. Drive to any high school auditorium. There will be a church. The Seed Church will be there. I guarantee you. It's big fucking business. And you know what? Tax free. I feel led by the Lord to have to start my church here in, Orlando High School, wherever it is, right? I feel led to form a church in this, Winn-Dixie, in downtown St. Cloud. Yeah. No, it's again, you won't do it because it's bad for business. Women, you want to know why you will you don't even see a message that's why Mark Driscoll will go, "How dare you? You men are evil with hard-ons and want to fuck women. How dare you? The Lord on high judges you for your erect penis. What's wrong with you? These poor women need a real man." Yes, thank you. That was perfect. That's the message. They'll do that to the dude. They won't say, "Keep your fucking legs together." They won't even say that. I wouldn't even expect them to say that. You know what I would say? "Can you fucking defer to your husband's authority?" "Well, he doesn't do this and he doesn't do that. And he's not respectable, whatever." Guess what? I could use the same rationale that God told me that you should go through the minefield. Here, God told you right here in this passage, in the scripture right here, it says, honor your husband, love your husband. Follow his lead. Shut the fuck up and be silent in the church, right? We'll cover your head, whatever. I don't care. I'm not a biblical scholar. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of scriptures in there that women just got. Can we have can we get the gender neutral version of the Bible here? We're going to edit this shit out. God didn't really say, honor your husband, right? But that wouldn't matter because those dudes are more comfortable telling guys to man the fuck up and to do better all the fucking time because that keeps them in the churn. And the women, you know what keeps them in the churn? It's okay. You're a victim. I'm going to tell it's like, was it Matt Hussey? It's a Matt Hussey version of a pastor. Don't worry, ladies. I'm going to tell these guys over here that they need to get their shit together and then they'll be better. And then I'll make these guys over here will be better for you over here in the church. Don't worry. Here, how dare you? Oh, you're okay. You're sinless. Until you can financially do it. No one will do that. No church. If your pastor goes, just recently, if your pastor on the Valentine's Day sermon brought his wife up on the pulpit to the pulpit because he wanted to make sure that she was like, he's okay. give the female nod. You get out of that church. Leave that church. It's not a masculine church. It's not a pro-masculine church. But it doesn't even have to be pro-masculine. I don't care that you're going to have UFC fighters come and give their witness. I don't care that you have some men's retreat where you're all going to go and pretend like you're in the movie 300. I don't care about that. This is what we do for guys. Yeah. What do you do for women? Oh, well, we have a single women. We have a single mother's women's ministry. Do you tell them that they committed sin? Do you hold them accountable? Do you show them in the Bible where they're, because you know what? I know it seems pretty counterintuitive and it almost seems suicidal, but it says here in the scriptures that you're supposed to honor and love and obey your husband and defer to his authority and submit to him, right? God forbid you use that term. You're supposed to fuck him too. Don't deny yourself to him. You mean I have to fuck him? Yeah. Well, you can't argue with God. I'm supposed to go across the minefield. Can't argue with God.
Exodia.
Can't argue with God, But they won't do that with the women. And so that's why it's kind of pointless. This entire video is pointless because the solution is not a solution. I know it seems like a solution. It should make sense. Economically, it's not going to happen. It simply will not fucking happen. Anyways, let me get to the rest of these real quick. Does it irritate you? Mainstream only listens to what you've been saying when a woman finally says it. Oh, you mean like, let's see, Helen Andrews? I'm over that now. Speaking of Rachel Wilson on Rogan, did she say something like I said before. I mean, well, maybe about feminism, but I don't know. Rachel, I don't know enough to have a problem with that, but Helen Andrews, like I'm not even mad at. Thank you, Sam. By the way, hold on, Sam is my biblical scholar here. Here we go. Put the voice on. Let's go. Here we go.
Got it? Okay. Corinthians 7:7. That's a good number. Every man according as he purposeth in his heart, so let him give, not grudgingly or necessity, for God loveth the cheerful giver. No tithe in the New Testament. There's no tithe in the
And then
here we go. Corinthians 7:4-5. Oh, it's King James, my diabolical favorite version. The wife hath not power over her own body, but the husband, and likewise also the husband hath not power over his own body, but the wife. Defraud ye not one of the other, because it be with the consent for a time, that ye may give yourselves to fasting and prayer, and come together again, that Satan tempt you not for your incontinency.
See, guys, it's incontinency. If you are an incel, you're not an incel, you're an incontinent. God, I love the King James Version, man. That is metal as fuck. Yes. Thank you for that $2 contribution for whatever that was. And gosh, we're at the 4-hour mark. That's okay. How does a trades guy meet and befriend women the way Mike Sartain suggests? See, I think one of the things that people have a problem with when it comes to Mike is all about social circle game. And so that the technique, right? Or the practice or how it works, right? It's better. His idea is that social circle is better than cold approach. You can go and make approaches at a club and whatever. And I'm not going to tell you that cold approach doesn't work. In some cases it might, right? But social circle is a way more effective way of meeting and developing networks, not only of women, but also guys too. It's just, you just got to be socially adept. You want to know why people have such a problem with social circle game is because guys just lack the social skills to even initiate social circle game. That's why they're uncomfortable with it. I get it. But if you're a guy who's kind of like in the Midwest, you have a trade, you're a plumber, right? Or whatever. It's like, you're not going to Zook on a Friday night, or you're not like trying to do the next version of Babes in Toyland or something like that. You can, like, do you have any interests? Right? Well, I'm a plumber by day, but I'm a photographer by night. Great. Here's the thing. Get your photographer friends together and then make some, just put the call out on Instagram, find some chicks that you think are hot, follow them, that are local. Obviously they have to be where you are. And say, hey, we're gonna have a gathering coming together. You look like a very beautiful woman. We're here trying to put. Oh God, I just came up with this on the fly. We're trying to put models and photographers together so that they can actually work together and make some money possibly. And it's going to be a mixer, whatever. You go and you set up I don't know. Is there a local lounge? Is there a local meeting place that you can go and maybe rent for somewhat cheap? The bar makes money because it's they got a wet bar that's right there. They're making some cash. All you did was just organize it. And it doesn't take that much to organize. Trust me. I used to be an event coordinator for fucking casinos. I know what big coordination looks like. But I think if you could just do something like that, say, hey, you're a beautiful woman. I've seen your Instagram. Clearly you're a model. Would you like to come to Photographers and Models, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Thursday night at 8:00 or whatever like that? We're going to get together. There's going to be some drinks, some food, whatever. It's just to basically, get people to put models in touch with photographers, local models and local photographers, put them together so that they can do great work. And maybe if nothing else, you get some good shots for your Instagram account out of it, right? Fuck yeah, chicks would come to that. I think you got to find things that like people like to do. Like maybe you're an old guy and you like pickleball. Why the fuck people like pickleball? I got no clue. Actually, I do. It's easy to play. Maybe you're older and you want to meet older. Maybe you live in the villages. Did you see this? Did you see this? Remember we talked about the villages before in Florida, and we looked it up online. And there's like STDs in the villages and stuff.
Yeah.
Did you know they opened a Hooters in the fucking villages just recently? I just saw somebody sent me that. I'm like, holy shit, they got a Hooters in the villages. But anyways, it's find a common interest that chicks like, preferably, right? But what would a girl go to? I think she'd go to a mixer with photographers, sure. Just find something. You doesn't have to. Hey, let's mix plumbers and hot chick bikini models. Probably not going to happen. But if you can do something where there's a mutual interest, you do it. I don't know. It just kind of depends on the location that you're at. It's possible to modify what Mike does, I think, for pretty much anything. That's one of his. Like, he could probably answer this question better than I can. But like, for instance, I'd actually try this out myself with the band, because Mike has always said, if you can bring a bunch of hot chicks to a club, then you'll grow. Then you'll be big. Then you can develop networks by that, right? So I'm like, okay, I see how Mike does this. Like, he'll go, because I know, you see the pictures, he'll roll up to Hakkasan with 12 smoking hot chicks, and he'll get to go behind the DJ stand and meet like Deadmau5, right? I'm like, okay, if that works there, will that work at the country club? Will that work at Vamped for a metal venue? Sure as fuck it does. Yes, it does. Ask me how I know. But yeah, I think it's universal, but it just depends on like Mike is not. It wouldn't occur to Mike to say, I'm gonna get a bunch of bitches and go to the country club. I'm gonna get down and go see this metalcore band down there. He's not gonna do that because that's not his scene. I'll do that, and sure shit, it works. So find out like what the local interests are, or maybe find out like where girls go. It was Coral. Coral was saying, like, if somebody set up a meet and greet, or they set up some kind of event at like one of these bookstores, like a Barnes and Noble or something, where even coffee was there, or if they had a bar at a coffee shop or something like that she would totally go to that, because it's like this seemingly inoffensive location, a venue. But you put alcohol there and you put hot chicks there and you put guys there, suddenly it becomes something, right? You could do it. You have to just modify it. It's contextual. You just got to modify it for your situation. And last here, hi Rolo, thanks for all you do. Can you give a bit of clarity on the Madonna 304? Just say whore. Effect complex. Thanks for also cool shit. So the Madonna whore effect is that this is, by the way, the Madonna whore complex, I think, is it was created by feminists back in the day, where it's basically what I just said. Every man wants a slut. He just wants her to be his slut. That, in a nutshell, is the Madonna whore complex, right? You want a freak in the sheets, a lady in the streets and a freak in the sheets, right? That's Madonna whore complex. You want a good mom for your children, but you want Jenna Jameson to fuck you in the bedroom, right? And so they want to say that those are two different women, and sometimes they can be, right? You know how they tell you can't turn a whore into a housewife? I disagree, because I know at least two whores who are going to become housewives very soon. Looking at you, Tiffany Fox. But likewise, can you turn a housewife into a whore? Maybe. Maybe her bull can. Not you. No, but it's essentially the idea that men want women for two different reasons, which is an analogy to alpha fucks and beta bucks. Right? The problem is that women need men for way different reasons than men need women. Right? Men want to fuck. That's it. Men don't need women to provide, protect, or provision for them, or at least they shouldn't, anyways. For men, it's just alpha fucks. Now, it's nice to have a Madonna. It's nice to have a good mother for your children. It's nice to have, a nurturing, feminine, insightful, wonderful woman who loves you like implicitly. I didn't say unconditionally. I said implicitly. Who has genuine desire for you, who will be by your side at the hospital and will do all of the medical things that you need her to do when you are fucked up and can't do anything, and you are. I'm learning this, by the way. I mean, this is a good way to end the show. Thank you very much, because I think a lot of people think that the red pill just hates on women and they just want whores. Okay, wrong. Been married for 30 years. And I will once again give big props to my wife, Missy Tomasi, because she has this has been a test ever since December 23rd when I had my surgery and everything else. This has been a test, not only for me. Like I told you, I got zeroed out, but she's right there with me the whole time, right? And she has to help me with shit, literally sometimes. And I just an update on my health situation. I went to go get my scan on Monday, and I will just be 100% transparent with you. I don't like to talk about this, but I will, since we're at the 4-hour mark here. I had to get a barium enema so that they can like do a scan of my guts and my liver, just to make sure that there's no leaks, so that when they reconnect me, everything's good to go. I'm not looking forward to that, trust me, but they had the wrong size sticker or whatever the fuck it was, right? These guys were really kind of amateurish. I'm not going to name names or anything. My surgeon is a bro, but these guys, not so much. And I'll tell you, right after that, I was just crushed. I wanted to do it. I was looking forward to this because it's the next step before I get all this shit taken care of and I can go back to 100 miles an hour, right? But I was really, and Joe Marin probably picked up on this too, but I was really out of it because of that. And I thought, oh fuck, now we're gonna have to push the surgery back. Now all this other. Now, good news is that I got it rescheduled at another hospital. I'm gonna go get it done again on Wednesday of next week. But for a while there, because it took a long time to get that fucking appointment, because that's how the medical system works in the United States. You don't die because we don't have the fucking top shelf healthcare. You die because you're waiting for that top shelf healthcare. You're waiting for that shit. Unless you're Robert Kiyosaki and you got the money to go and get that fucking heart surgery done immediately, you're probably going to die waiting. Couldn't you cure that? Yeah, we could, but yeah, he died before we got to it. That's the thing that sucks. But anyways, the good news is everything's good. But the point I wanted to make is one of the things that people don't really realize is when they are getting married or they're with a woman. I mentioned this on a couple of occasions, but there's some really good, we have had very high, I think anyways, high quality women on Access Vegas. We have had real estate agents. We have had Miss Nevada. We have had Cassandra's a photographer. Yes. Do we have porn stars? Sure we do. Do we have OnlyFans girls? Yeah, we have some of those too. A lot of those. Let me stop lying. We have some women who are actual legitimate models. They might go do FHM or Maxim or something like that, but they might have OnlyFans too, but they're not doing hardcore porn. They're just showing their cooters, right? We have women who are business owners. We have women, Laura, who sits next to me at every time she comes. She says, right, she's the Italian girl with the big hooters. She's an insurance adjuster, right? There's but amongst all there's very few women I would say this person would stick with me through all of my medical, help me out of the fucking bed and out of surgery, be there in recovery for me, than my wife. I have 30 years shared history with my wife, and I love my wife implicitly and dearly. And that is the good that has come from my marriage with my wife, I can attribute at least in the lion's share and a good part for knowing what I know about women's nature, men's nature, the praxeology of intersexual dynamics, which is the red pill. You don't have to use the red pill to navigate the minefield of being single and stuff. That's definitely a purpose of it. But you can also be married and have a better relationship and have a better marriage because you know what the red pill talks about. So it's not just about that. People want to say, well, the red pill's this, the red pill's that. They want to make a straw man out of it. But then I'll go, well, what about the guy who canceled his date with suicide because he discovered this and he has a new outlook on life as a result of it? And not because I, proselytized to him or preached to him, but because he found the information he needed to help him change his fucking mind. I didn't sit there and talk. I wasn't a suicide counselor for this guy. He did it on his own. What about that? What about guys who have improved their family lives because or their work lives for that matter, right? You work with females. Yes, a red pill will definitely help you with that. Should I've used the red pill to talk my way out of a fucking moving violation before? Learning game, man. Yes. There's multiple uses for it. It's not just, I mean, it's main uses for doing it. And the other thing is it's not even for, oh, you want to those guys want to spin plates and rack up notch counts because they measure their egos with their, their notch counts. Some guys do. Some guys hit me up and say, how do I get out of this fucking sexless marriage? What do I do? I don't understand why she's the way she is. Oh, let me read his book. Oh, now she wants to fuck me. Great. Thanks, Frollo. I'll see you later. I mean, name. There's so many other uses for having that information. So it's not just about, the separate. What about the people? What about men and women who are already together? Red pill's definitely useful for that. I deal with guys in Reignite all that. I have at least 3 guys, maybe 4 guys who are married in Reignite right now, which you should join too. Anyways, let's get out of here. Thanks you guys for watching. No Access Vegas this week, but I will do a Reignite show on Tuesday with Joe Marin. I don't know who the guest is going to be yet, but I will let you guys know ahead of time. And if you want to be involved in the Zoom calls that I have, they have a weekly Zoom call with my Reignite guys. If you are a Patreon member at the $200 tier level, which is $200 a month, you get 4 calls per month and you're just participating in the Reignite calls. Go to my Patreon. The link is in the description. You have to go below the fold. You have to click on more and you'll go down there and you can be involved. You want to talk to me. You got 2 hours to talk to me on a Thursday night. Okay. There's other people there, other guys there as well. I have special guests. I've had Jim Sexton has been on. I had George Bruno on. I've had, Aaron Clary has been on. I am going to get him. Haven't confirmed yet, but I'm going to get Drew Bay on. He is a 50+ Masters Series bodybuilder who competes in bodybuilding contests. He's got his own nutrition thing. He's got his own workout plan. And it's for guys who are like, 45 to 65, right? If that's you and you want to learn about, come on. I have all kinds of great, access to all these dudes who are in my network who will be great, who will help you out in any way I can. If you have a problem, an individual problem, you say, well, I need to learn this, or I need to get my finances together. I'll get Jason Hartman to come on and talk to you. I could probably I haven't tried yet, but I could probably get Robert Kiyosaki if it's a private thing, right? You won't get it anywhere else, right? You want to talk to Robert Kiyosaki for 2 hours? he could go for 4. You join or join Reignite, reignitealpha.com. You can see the link is down there, and then become a member of the actual group. And then of course we do events. We're going to be doing the Miami White Party, which is coming up it's May 16th. That is a Saturday. We will be there from the 13th through the 18th. We'll be doing seminars or live talks. And I don't do classroom settings very well. I don't play well with others. I need to go do shit. So we're going to go to cigar bars. We're going to sit around tables and talk. We're not going to sit in some fucking classroom setting. And here's a whiteboard. You have questions. I have answers. If I don't, somebody else in the group does. You want to go do a deep sea fishing trip? We're going to do that. You want to go play golf? I'm sure that we could probably find something around that. We're going to go to some clubs. We're going to go eat sushi. We're going to smoke cigars. We're going to do some fun fucking shit. Yes. If I can get guys into Fresh and Fit, I will do my best too. I don't know if I can't guarantee, but we're going to do some fun stuff. So that's coming up. And in August, we're going to do the Babes in Toyland Swim Week extravaganza. We'll do another Reignite thing. So if you can't make May, there's always one coming up in August. So our events Joe and I are focusing primarily on events this year, because if you go to an event, you will want to join Reignite. I guarantee it. You go and you be part of the call, you're going to want to join Reignite. That's how confident I am. So if you want to do a test thing, then go get in on my Patreon at the $200 level. I will contact you. You will get the contact for it, and you'll get the link the day of, and then you could join us. We have close to 20 guys right now. So, and it's growing. So I thought I would open it up because this is just something new that I just started doing. So join the Patreon thing. And by the way, you can still get cool merch. You can get Rollo's Roughnecks merch at Sticker Mule. That link is in the merch link. It says new merch. You can go down there and get. I don't have an Invincible. You have to get one yourself. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for dropping by, and I'll see you soon. Bye.
What are you gonna do about it? I'll suck his dick.
What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules, now another game. I've got some new tools, please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts, now let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again. Goddamn, maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Best in my life.
She's not a Christian!
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stopping with her hair. Like she's calling you Kelly.
Well, I'm a whore.
Run me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting nasty. Working up and down on your body. Run me turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know.
I want to cast magic missile.
Preceding podcast has been a production of the Rational Mail. All rights reserved. Registered trademark 2026. And don't steal
What are you gonna do about it? I'll suck his
Saudi
dick.
stuff.
I'm attacking the darkness.
Oh, those guys are facts!
God wants you to have the